Hello, hello. So, yep, we're back in Murder Mansion territory today. Um, Continue game. Let me just very quickly have a little look at something before I start. Yeah, okay, everything seems fine. Okie doke. Let me also show you the game. That's a good idea. Right, we need to sell this murder mansion because that is a good thing to do. Yes. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. I should mention, I don't know how long the stream is going to be because right up until the point where I clicked go live, I wasn't sure if I was going to stream at all. So we'll see. It may not be a long one. But we'll find out. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that should be an easy sell. Yeah. A flock of people have already gathered in the mansion's front yard by the time we officially open the doors. I'm not sure whether I should feel baffled or underdressed standing in their presence. Men and women of wealth and status, all dressed to the nines in fancy suits and lovely dresses of varying colours, compose the medium-sized crowd. Yeah, sure, why wouldn't you go to a murder house dressed to the nines? Also, it's an open house. Why are they dressed so fancy? I mean, it's a mansion, sure, but it's an open house. You're there to view the house, not to... It's not a cocktail party. Why are they... I don't know rich people. I don't know how they think. Sure. I'm not going to question it any more than I already have, I guess. Their necks, arms, and fingers are adorned with silver and gold glinting in the afternoon sun. Some even have ridiculously fancy feathered hats on their head. I feel like the kind of crowd that's being described here, it wouldn't be silver, but rather white gold, because, like, I don't think silver is particularly, like... I mean, obviously these people want to show off, right? And, like, silver isn't the most expensive thing, exactly. I'm trying to think of the actual word, but I can't even think of it in Norwegian, so we're just absolutely gone there, but yeah. Anywho, I really hope there aren't any magpies living nearby like in the stories. Those birds will have a field day in this. Ah, good, someone will have a good time, I guess. Although the magpies would... I mean, maybe that's a flock of magpies right there. Who knows? Get off my lawn. No! We're having a cocktail party. People have dressed up. Hello, Mundle. How are you doing? Welcome. Hello, hello. Hello, how are you today? I am okay. How are you doing? Okay, well... They're murmuring among themselves, looking at the estate facade appraisingly, with some arguing about whose mansion has the superior architecture. Are they just here to... Are they just here to, like, discuss this mansion's architecture up against their own and who's got the better one? Because, like, oh, but I don't need this one because mine's already better, like this and that. And, like... What are these people actually doing here? They're dressed as if they're going to a party, and this is an open house. I don't understand it. Hope you dress good because you're going to be buried with that on. Well, I mean, possibly. To be fair, possibly. It's very possible in this instance. Oh gosh, there's going to be a lot of funerals, aren't there? But most of it stops as Rose calls for their attention. They don't look too pleased at being ordered around, but what can I do about it? I mean, they're here to see the open house, so surely they'll want to get things started, not just stand there chattering on the front lawn. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rose Cooper, and this is my partner, Isabella Santos.
Ah, yes, hello, hello. Oh, not just possible, girl. I'm gonna make sure of it. Right, true. Yeah, you will be on a murder streak, won't you? Oh well. Also, these eyes look weird. My eyes or her eyes? Because both, to be like, I'll agree with both. Oh, look like they're kind of further in. Her eyes or my eyes? Oh, yours are as usual. Well, I do see what you mean, yes, and yeah, I'm glad mine are as usual.
We'll be taking a tour of the mansion in 2 groups.
Oh.
Please make sure you filled up our sign-in forms before joining a specific group.
So, are we leading one group each then? Also, way too big hers again. I mean, yes, it's like anime manga style, so yeah, they're absolutely very, very, you know, yeah, disproportionate. We can call them that.
Those who want to look around the first floor, please follow my partner.
Ah,
I'll
yes.
be guiding the ones who wish to see the ground floor.
Wait, what? Isn't ground floor the first floor? And then you've got the basement under that? Okay, well, apparently I know nothing of... Yeah, no, I'm just ignorant. Yeah, but the other features are somewhat the right scale. True. Very true, yeah. I don't know why it's just eyes. No, first floor is the first up the stairs. That's the second floor. Apparently... Oh, I'm doing that again. Okay, sure, let's save it. Why not? No. Oh, am I just wrong? Have I just been thinking this my whole life? Mrs. McCullough also joins our group, but what really catches my eye is the elegantly dressed pair as she approaches. Ah, yes. Oh, look, it's that, necklace from the Titanic, isn't it? As many stairs you have to take, as many floors it is. Huh. In Norway, it's not like that. Like, if you walk up the stairs, you're at the second floor. But to be fair, we don't really have a ground floor. We just call it the first floor, and then up the stairs, that's the second floor, and up the stairs again, that's the third floor. We don't really call anything the ground floor. Then you go below the first floor, that's the basement. Anyway.
It's so nice to finally meet you. When Chief Inspector Lee mentioned that a famous interior designer is in town, I knew I had to get you.
Interesting. So, is this the woman who hired her to look at the house before she even bought it? I would also call it the first floor, but the word kind of refers not to the floor, but to an elevated place. Huh. Interesting. What's up with his eyes? What's up with any of their eyes, to be honest? Also, why are these people... Why are they so desperate to come see this murder house? But yeah, something seems particularly odd there, doesn't it? I don't know, I'm seeing the same thing with her though, to be honest. I don't know.
Your confidence in my skills is very flattering, ma'am.
Is she like Irish? I'm not sure like, cause I feel like I get this association to Aisling B. But I'm not sure the person doing the accent is actually Irish, because I feel like it's not quite consistent. Also, the way they're breathing makes it look like they're on a ship. Yeah, it just kind of... It doesn't look like they're... Like, their chests are heaving like they're breathing, but kind of just like... Which is very strange. It's like they're constantly, like, just getting up... Like, when you go up in your tippy toes. Something like that. Or on a ship. It's very strange. It's not how you breathe. Your whole body doesn't elevate because you're breathing. But sure.
I'm sure you won't disappoint, Marianne.
Oh, Marianne. I thought he said Madame. I was like, Madame. I was like, that's a weird way to pronounce that word. Somehow his voice as well threw me because I don't. To me, somehow that voice doesn't fit with this person. I don't.
Oh, you know each other?
Oh gosh.
Not at all, ma'am.
Oh, she answered very quickly.
You mentioned something about a Marianne on our way here, darling?
Oh, I think they're lying. I think there's something going on there. She answered very quickly and he was... Oh, oh yeah, there's definitely something going on there.
Yes, I think I did.
No, I don't trust them. I'm just seeing intrigue everywhere. Ah, they must be the client she was talking about. Oh, they were a pair. Oh yeah, there's definitely something there. Oh, I might have seen their faces somewhere before, some magazine or the television. I can't quite remember. I'm sure they're about to be dead soon enough, so we'll see. But then again, most of our guests have likely ended up on the news one way or the other. I won't be surprised if these two have already. I mean, not everyone who's rich is necessarily in the news. I mean, it depends. I mean, you can get rich without being on the news. At least I would assume so. For people who are popular, though, they aren't dressed as loudly as the others, and in their simplicity, the couple stands out. The woman in particular is stunning enough to turn the heads of most people in my group, especially the men with wandering eyes. The guy standing beside her doesn't seem to mind, though. Well, and you're gonna notice it in some capacity. Yeah, but like, that doesn't mean they're regularly featured enough to like notice them too much, because like, if you're just owning a business and like earning money that way, you might not necessarily like, I don't know. I feel like you don't have to be in the news just because you're rich. Like if you're doing something incredibly charitable or something like that, then people would probably want to, but at the same time that could also be done anonymously. So I feel like some people don't even know Jeff Bezos. I mean, yeah. Honestly, I'm not quite sure if I know what he looks like. Oh, I need to stop doing that. I accidentally right-click and that just takes me to save it. Which, fair enough, it makes me save, which is probably a good thing, but... Oh well. And if I'm going to be a bit bolder with my assumptions, I'd say he's basking in the attention. Okay, interesting. Is she his trophy wife or something? Both of them, in fact. I think... Oh, right. I think they're brother and sister if it wasn't for their public display of affection. I mean, yeah. The matching rings on their fingers just cement the fact that they are indeed a couple. My only sunshine. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, whatever. Couple or not, what's important is we get this deal close before the current owners can even think of cancelling the listing. I just hope that one of the people in my Rosa's group is brave and generous enough to buy this mansion. And so, with papers in hand, I lead the way. You laughed quite menacingly at that. What? At the my only sunshine? Or something else? Because I can imagine that. I mean, there's just something about it. Like, you know, the song. Yes, yeah, I kind of figured as much. I mean, it's sweet, sure, but it's also a bit, you know, on the nose. Oh, and also, why do we get to see the insides of the ring? Are they taking the rings off to show them to people? To like, look, it has an inscription and everything. You would normally see the inside of a ring if it's on their finger. Like, When they aren't whispering among themselves or going ooh or ah over one thing or another, they ask questions. What you have inscribed there. I mean, probably just a date or the name of my spouse, honestly. Like when I was engaged, that was like I had his name inscribed on the inside of my ring, and he had my name inscribed on the inside of his ring. So I'd probably just do that. Unless there was something very specific that somehow did make sense to have inscribed in the ring. Maybe. But you were engaged? Yes, many, many years ago. I'm pretty sure I have mentioned it before. Oh. From how the restoration process went to the history of the place, I answer them all. More than happy to talk about the art pieces and the architecture mostly. I thought he was just a boyfriend. Well, I mean, before the engagement, yes. Hi, gorgeous. Hello, EXO. Welcome. Hello, hello. Ah, and that's summoned EXO, yes. I was actually... I was well, I don't remember what my title actually is, but one of the things I was considering was, okay, so we have to enter the murder mansion because EXO went in there and now we have to save him. That was almost the title. Sounds accurate. I mean, you were very adamant that you would enter last time I streamed this, so yeah, it does. However, I'm careful not to mention anything about the urban legend. I mean, people have died in the house. I'm pretty sure you need to disclose that. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a legal thing that you need to disclose murders. And murders have happened, which is how the urban legend came to be. So, okay, sure. Not a good material for sales talk, even if the entire population of Luxborn knows about it. And didn't put that there, so we're just leaving him there. I mean, he's not in here technically, so you know. Ronald started the line of questioning. All we wanted to know is if you would come in after me. Look, I've made it perfectly clear that I am sensible enough not to enter murder mansions. So.
Some of the furnishings here are actually the 17th century originals, all of which have undergone a painstaking restoration process just to return its original beauty.
Ah, yes, very nice.
Even the glass thing. Colorful ones. Oh, I don't know, but you get the idea, I hope.
I'm sorry, the glass thing, colorful ones? Really? Okay, sure. Yeah. Yeah, no, these things don't have a specific name, I'm sure. Absolutely. How about ghost mansions when you enter a haunted mansion for me? Has people died in the haunted mansion? If yes, then no. Have people not died there and it's just a, you know, a haunted mansion type of thing? Then yes. Well, she just said she'd be sensible enough not to go in there. Well, that was murder mansions, though. I think she means the things on the left and right. Oh, well, they're vases or sculptures, right? Just call them vases or sculptures. Although I guess that makes more sense than that she's talking about. Like... Okay, yeah, sure.
Especially that one, ma'am. It is said to be a gift commissioned by the fiancé of Lady Charlotte Ermengarde.
Oh, which one? The pink one or the purple one? But yeah, you were right. I was just going directly up here and just like... I mean, it's glass and it's colorful, but the worst part is I can't even remember what it's called. I know there's a... Like, it starts with an M as well. But I can't actually remember the word. I mean, it's haunted, so at some point someone would have had to die. I mean, it could be a theme park haunted mansion. Mosaic, yes. Although, is that with ceramic tiles or is it the same with glass as well? Because I feel like I'm thinking of a different word. Either way, surely you can call them vases or sculptures. Mosaic glass. Okay, yeah, right. She would be left for dead by now. There, now it's the glass. Oh, wonderful.
The mansion's current owners have specifically requested that the restoration crew take great care in handling it.
The glass?
It's a priceless work of art and the most distinctive feature of the mansion.
Okay, now I'm again back to thinking they're talking about this, because I don't think any of the vases are like priceless works of art that's the most distinctive feature of the mansion, but I feel like this could be named the most distinctive feature of the mansion. Well, that's just confusing. And it's okay, yeah, sure, we're saving the game, I guess. I'm not sure that it's been an hour just yet. Thing is, I kind of just lean my hand on that side of and accidentally click it. I don't know. It's annoying me, but oh well. Wait, no, I just googled it. That's not, but stained glass. Yes! That's what I was trying to think of. Yes! Okay, we'll go with the best of possibilities here. A theme park haunted mansion rated for kids 10 and up. Yes, I would go in with you. Or go in after you, depending. The question is if there's a height limiter. Look, I would pass the height limit.
Isn't this place wonderful, darling? I told you it's not a total waste of your time.
Ah, yes, not at all, Rose. It's just lovely, lady. Is he gonna be lovely man?
I don't know.
Oh, Mr.
Seems a
in
bit
grey.
too
Okay.
small. We might have to break a wall down to have more room.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you don't seem snobbish at all, sir. Absolute idiot. She does love me after all. Not much, but at least enough to go into a theme park. Ah, yes. That's a good... That's a good standard to have. Wipeout, thank you for the 10 months. Hello, welcome. Oh gosh, it's been a long time. You just have to stand on the tippy toes to get in. No.
Well, I think it is just right. Don't you think so, Marianne?
Why is she a lovely lady and he's just a man in grey? Why? Marianne. That's not quite her name, but close enough, I suppose.
It is splendid, ma'am.
Ah, yes.
But isn't it a little too early to make plans when no deal has been signed yet?
I would say so. I
Never
would
mind
say
that.
so.
It isn't going to be a problem. We've got a wonderful legal team to handle everything.
Oh, of course.
Start taking notes, though. I think I've got a few things I want changed before we move in.
The whatever's haunting the place and killing people? Because that seems like a good place to start. The way his eyebrows are, he looks very skeptical. The rest of their conversation gets lost in the chatter of our companions. Changed! Right, she dies first. Oh, it'll be very interesting if she actually does. Not just leave that. I mean, what's the harm really? A couple of deaths here and there. These, I mean, we can't be that, you know, what's it called? Anal retentive about it. Like, use the long version of the word, so, you know. But anyways. I don't want to make any assumptions yet, but their sheer interest is enough to give me some semblance of hope. Look at it this way, if you die you can sell the house again and again and again. Ah, yes. Infinite profits. Oh, seemed like the sort of party these people would be interested in. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Man in Grey seems very shady, especially. Like, he would love a good murder party, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh, please, please, please let these guys be the one. Zzz. I mean, there's more than one of them. The ones. No? Anyways. Eventually, our group reaches the kitchen. Ah, yes, lots of knives that can hurl around the room. Also, that thing could probably stab someone real good. Like, there's a cleaver, a couple of cleavers actually, and that looks sharp. I'm not sure what those things are, but they look sharp anyways. That's a knife rack also. Very good. Plus, I mean, that thing looks big enough that if you were to hurl it at someone's head, it probably could kill them. So there's a lot of killability in this room. Just wait till you go down the trapdoor. I mean, just make that buckle underneath whoever's there. Remove whatever stairs, so, you know. Oof. Much like the rest of the house, a great deal of effort has been put into retaining the room's classical appeal. Look at the rack on that one, right? Oh, I bet there's some good stuff down there. Ah, yes, definitely. I mean, there should be barrels and stuff, and I mean, put a bunch of them high up, roll them down on people. Surely that's, yeah, gonna do the trick. The open hearth at the end of the room in particular looks amazing, like the ones I've only seen in fairy tale books. Ah, yes, this is where you shove the witch in if you're Hansel and Gretel. I mean, pop her in there and hold her down, I guess, because there doesn't seem to be anything actually closing it, but sure, it works. RPGs have prepared me for going down that door. They should have, yes. And mad props to the cleaning crew. Yeah, it looks spick and span. Seriously, after overhearing hundreds of the complaints about the soot and tar staining the brick and how much of a pain in the arse cleaning this will be, they still managed to pull this off. Yeah, they did indeed. Look at it. It seems very small though for like the big mansion. It seems like a very small kitchen. I guess it's just kitchens are for servants, I suppose, so it doesn't need to be that big, I guess. Role-playing games or rocket-propelled grenades? I mean, Mundle. The ladder. Hello. Gosh. Not a ghost in sight. Not a one. Yeah, it's real impressive work. Or make it look presentable at least. Okay, so she's not that impressed with how they've fixed up this house.
The highlight of the room, however, is what's underneath this hatch here.
Ah, yes, fantastic.
Oh, don't say anything yet. An underground wine cellar.
An underground wine cellar. It is actually funny. It does look like they're on a ship. Not being able to see it is the bad part. Oh, I mean, you're probably not wrong. Then again, out of sight, out of mind, I say. This is the first time the guy in grey speaks up. Mr. Luke Wright, my memory supplies from the forms they signed earlier. Ah, almost Phoenix Wright, but not quite. His sudden attentiveness catches me off guard. Since the start of the tour, only his wife has shown any form of genuine interest in the place. But this time, something lights up in his eyes at the mention of the Undercroft. He's just an alcoholic. The wine is getting him excited. That's really sad. I'm gonna put blood into you. I'm gonna put your blood into the barrels. Ah, good Mundle, yes, good plans. What's so interesting about a basement? I really don't understand rich people sometimes. Ah, yeah. What's so interesting about a basement? That's the thing that's unbelievable here, not the fact that they're flocking to this murder mansion to get killed. That part is completely understandable. He's thinking alcohol, yes. Ah, yes, give me some of that wine. Right now, he just gives me the impression of a child who has seen what he absolutely wants for Christmas. Ah, I would have thought he would be like a child opening his up present at Christmas, because, I mean, that's more exciting than, you know, just seeing, oh, mommy, I want that big expensive thing over there, and then, you know, Christmas comes and, well, here's a pack of socks. I mean, that probably wouldn't be how it happens, but, I mean, it could be. I mean, these people are rich, so probably not, but still. I've always found it cute whenever I see children act that way, my younger siblings especially. Okay, so he's just a child now and apparently cute, I guess. Sure. As an adult, a pack of socks is a great gift. You know what? Yes. Because socks just, I don't know how, but they just disappear. It's like they run off or something. Like, whenever you change out of the socks you're wearing into a new pair, whether you're putting them right directly to be washed or you're like making a little, you know, they're just gone. You never know if you're going to see them again. You take them off, you put them away. You don't know if you'll ever see the pair again. Like, you might see one of them, but the other one, there's like a 70-30 chance you'll see him again. Well, 70-30 chance you don't see him again, I guess I should say. Anyways. Socks and spoons. Yeah, spoons also have a tendency to do that. Yeah. For as long as I can remember, like, even from way back childhood, whenever... I remember this, especially around Christmas and stuff, if we had, like, company over, or, like, you know, we'd have cake and stuff, because that's when you use the teaspoons, and my grandma would always, if she was, like, putting dishes in the dishwasher, she would be like, she would look in the cutlery drawer and see that, okay, there are 3 spoons there, I've got 5 here. I was like, where's the last spoon? She would count them, and she probably still does, to make sure that they're all accounted for, because otherwise they just disappear. Apparently. My socks don't live long. Oh no. Socks okay, but why spoons? I don't know, they just disappear. Just like poof. You have your dessert or you have your meal and you go to do your dishes and suddenly it's just gone. Spoons end up in trash for some weird reason. Yeah, it like you wouldn't think it happens that much, but I think it's something to do with, especially if you have like, I don't know. It's just weird. I think teaspoons especially, you can like, if you've got leftovers or something on the plate, it's easy that they just kind of end up with it. Or if people, because some people put like paper on their plates when they're done, and then you don't see it underneath that, and it's just like, whoosh, gone. We always usually have double as many as we need. We're having an exact opposite problem. I guess your family just steals all the spoons from everyone else in the world. That's quite rude, but okay, sure. On a grown man. Why are grown people not allowed to be excited? Like, I'm a grown person, but if I get something really cool for, you know, birthday or Christmas or heck, a Wednesday, I'll be really excited. It doesn't actually have to be that cool. Even if someone gets me something, I'll be extremely excited because someone looked at this thing and thought, ah, Natalie. Like, why are we not allowed to be excited about things? Jeez. Isabella is very judgy, isn't she? Wait, Mundell's family has been stealing all the spoons? I mean, it seems so, yeah. From whom my parents were never at friends' places. Look, obviously it's some kind of magic, okay? You've got some kind of family magic that just summons the spoons so that you have, you know, double what you need and everyone else loses one. Witchcraft, yes. Oh. Spoon in witchcraft. It's like, there is no spoon. Because we've got it. Yeah, I like this train of thought. Oh, it's almost funny. Come on, let him be excited. I mean, granted, he's excited for alcohol, so that's probably a warning sign, but still.
Yes, sir. It could house around 7,000 to 11,000 bottles of wine.
I'm sorry. What? Do they just not have the accurate amount of bottles there, or wine bottles are pretty uniform, aren't they? I mean, some are slightly like girthier than others, I guess, but they're more or less the same. Surely the discrepancy shouldn't be that much if they know how many bottles that fit. I'm confused. Anyways. Actually, I have been eating my food with the same... I've been eating my food with the same 6 foods my whole life. Wait, what? That's a lot of wine. Have you ever counted that high? Actually, probably not, no. I think I'd lose count or get bored before I ever got that far, I'm gonna be honest. Thinking of it, all our cutlery is older than me. I think we've got some cutlery that's older than me as well. Oh, the same spoons. Yes, I gotcha. So, you've been eating your food with the same spoons all your life. Does that mean you eat steaks and stuff with spoons as well? Just spoons for everything. I probably just math that out based on the size of the space. I mean, yes, but still, surely you can math it out a little bit more. Like, that's 4,000 bottles of difference. Surely math can get you an approximate number that's closer than that. No. Maybe. Okay, so yes. You don't know. I do know. You've confirmed it.
Truly. And the room, how was it built?
Probably by knocking a piece of metal into a piece of wood that connects to another piece of wood so they stick together. How do you think it's built? I mean, I guess it could be chiseled out of stone as well, or paper and glue, but look at the house. It's mostly wood. What do you think? I know this is why not rocket science. I mean, true. Yes, it's very true. I've never eaten steak at my home. Well, other types of food. Like pizza. Do you eat pizza with a spoon?
The bricks that were used to build the cellar have been carefully picked for the purpose of maintaining and preserving a constant temperature and humidity in the room.
Ah, yes, this seems good.
It's a good place to keep your private collection in, if you have one, sir.
A private collection of wine? That you just keep forever and never open? What's the point of that?
It keeps the corks in good condition.
I heard something very different. I was looking at chats. I just heard. I didn't read until after. It keeps the corpse in good condition. I was like, I'm sorry, what? Oh, well, that's worrying, but sure. Nat, what? It was corpse, not cork. Well, no, it was cork, but of corpse, yes. What? Wait, hang on. Did you forget the L? What word did you think I misheard? of corpse. I heard something completely different. Oh, what did you hear? Anyways, okay, right. Changing the subject.
Oh, love.
Oh.
Didn't you say before that you wanted to make your own personal vineyard? Perhaps you could start one here.
Is this the right climate for a vineyard? Because I'm pretty sure to grow grapes you need a certain type of climate, unless you're gonna have like a gigantic greenhouse, which might ruin your, you know, view from the murder mansion.
You know we're going to need space for that, darling.
Yes, outside. Wait, what did he say again? Corks? Yep, corks. He's not keeping corpses fresh, he's keeping corks fresh. And this isn't big enough. I mean, you don't... Oh, gotcha. Yep. I mean, yes, you need a place to have like your machinery and stuff. Sure. But the most space a vineyard is going to take should be outside, because it's gonna be where you grow the grapes. Surely. So... am I insane? Is that not how vineyards work?
If it's space
Oh.
you're worried about, sir, the Ermengarde mansion sits on a 46-acre lot. There's plenty of room for it.
Apparently spacebar also changes the text. Now forget all context and look at this picture. I did see it because I read that and then I accidentally hit space, which furthered the story along. And yeah, I agree, that's yeah. Bigger. Oh yes, I mean the kitchen is small though. Accident. Oh look, I gesture a lot and sometimes things happen. I literally I dropped my hand without meaning to and it fell on the space bar. Oh gosh. It's like when you drop something you don't intend to drop, you just kind of loose, you know, grip on it. I did that with my arm. And I don't really know how, because it's not that heavy. Like, it's my arm. I can hold it up, but apparently not for long. Okay, anyways, let's move along. I mean, there should be. You're not gonna have the grapes growing inside anyways, that's not how you do it, surely. I mean, I don't know that much about vineyards, I'll be honest, but I feel like that should be obvious. A vineyard that's just grape. It really is. She's armed and dangerous. It's true. Oh gosh.
We were told that the original owners had a horse stable built here before, too.
Ah, yes. Wait, what happened to the stable then? Then just other people or to herself. I mean, at the moment, probably mostly to myself, but you never know, really. Oh. Oh gosh, okay. There's a contemplative expression on Mr. Wright's face, but he doesn't say anything further. His wife, however, seems really pleased that he has started to show interest, if only a little. I mean, at least he's slightly sensible, I guess, because he's at least not super on board with the murder house. Stable wasn't built very stable, obviously. It just, like, there was a big gust of wind once and just, whew. I mean, this is Japan, isn't it? Well, actually no, the town doesn't really sound all that Japanese, because I was gonna say there's probably a typhoon that just kind of wiped it off, but anyways. Stable fell down. How is she actually holding her hand there? Like, what? That's a very odd position to keep your hand in. Look at that. She's flexible. That's clear, yeah. I mean, why? We're in Japan? What? No, I don't think. I think I'm wrong because the name of the place doesn't sound very Japanese. I'm just thinking because usually like animes and stuff and manga and you know they're. But no, I don't think this one is. Also, all their names are not very Japanese, so no, I'm definitely wrong about that. I realized the second after I said it, she's not human. Probably not, no. That explains a lot, actually, if you think about it. Yeah. Explains a lot. I smiled to myself. I may not completely understand how these people's minds work, but I sure as hell know how to spot a buyer with a sincere interest. Are you? Are you sure? Score! I can't wait to tell Rose. The rest of the tour goes by without a hitch. After more than half an hour, we're able to cover almost every room on the ground floor and are headed to the parlor. Funny, the first time BRC had us survey the property, I kept complaining to Rose how big it is. Now I can't even bring myself to care, no matter how much my feet hurt. If your feet hurt after half an hour of walking, you may be wearing the wrong size shoes. Maybe this is just my excitement over a possible sale. When we reach the parlor, however, an odd feeling washes over me. It starts off with small goosebumps on my skin, a feeling of being watched intently. Take your time, Mundle. I sometimes have that feeling as well, yeah. Like, I just sit here, playing my games, talking to myself, and it just feels like someone's watching, like, everything I do. I can't quite explain it. You know? You just get that feeling. You know? Anyways. Whispers in my ear and shadows dancing, lurking in the corner of my vision. Can't speak either, but that's another thing. It must be EXO. Ah, it might be, yeah. Very worrying. Dark silhouettes that are gone when I turn to look. A chill settles down my spine, making me feel sick, and I start to break out in a cold sweat. I can't do this. I need to sit down for a moment. The old ladies in the group have been requesting for a break anyway. If I can just...
Excuse me? Everyone? We will be taking a 15-minute rest here before we visit the first floor.
Yes, very good.
In the meantime, please help yourselves to the refreshments and snacks we've prepared. If anyone has any questions, feel free to approach me. I'd be happy to help you.
I let them sit while I retreat to a quiet corner to recover. It's not what you think. Don't think about it. It's not what you think. I've probably just caught Becca's cold. Don't think about it. I'm left alone for a good while, the same words spilling out of my lips in a silent prayer, until a hand taps my shoulder.
Hello, you there?
Yes, ma'am?
Oh, look at you. Having to show a group around a mansion this big must be exhausting.
Ah, yes.
Not a problem, ma'am. I'm just doing my job.
What a hard worker. Anyway, Isabel, right?
Isabella, actually. But yes, what can I help you with, ma'am, right?
Please, just Hana. Call me Hana.
Hana.
I just wanted to
Sure
ask,
thing.
how soon are we able to move in?
Mom Hana. Why not just Hana right? Sure. You know what? Sign the papers right now. You can move in tonight. My brain completely stops. The sick feeling plaguing me is suddenly gone, replaced by utter bewilderment. Is this a joke? She looks at me expectantly as I struggle to come up with an answer.
Wait, ma'am, you see, but we haven't even negotiated a price yet, ma'am. We haven't even finished touring the rest of the mansion. A sale would be great and all, but...
She stops me from speaking any further and puts a hand on my shoulder. For a moment, with her tight smile, she looks as if she has tasted a particularly sour lemon.
Oh, please, sweetie, don't insult me. Money is not a problem. And just between you and me, this place is better off with us than with some old lady who'll probably just fill it up with cats.
I mean, a mansion as big as this is supposed to be would probably take a lot of cats to fill. I kind of want to see that. Like, how many hundreds of cats would you need to fill it up? Oh, I really hope one of the old ladies buy it.
I personally don't think there's anything wrong with having cats here, ma'am Hana. I'm sure there's more than enough space here if you want pets.
I don't think that was her. I don't think that was her point at all, but okay. Perhaps I'm still not feeling well, but really, what's wrong with cats? No one said there was anything wrong with cats. Well, I mean, I guess she kind of did, but I don't think the cats was the point there. Wait, what are we filling up with cats? This mansion. Yeah. Well, old ladies are filling the mansion with cats, apparently. As they do, naturally enough. Okay, well, an accidental save again. More importantly, why is she talking about moving in already?
Well, I'm more of a dog person.
Fair enough. It doesn't mean cats are bad.
But you see, this is going to be a gift to my darling. It's going to be our anniversary soon.
Does he want a mansion? Sorry, let me rephrase that. Does he want a murder mansion? Is that on his wish list?
And it
Anyway.
would be so wonderful if you can secure its purchase for us.
Ah, yes. Of course. I mean, he doesn't even seem that excited about buying the mansion, so surely it's like buying something for your partner that actually you're the one that wanted, and it's something you'll both be able to use. But they have no interest in it. It's just like, ah, here you go, darling. Have this great, wonderful gift. And they're like, oh, yay. And you're like, oh, I'm going to have so much fun with... It's just a gift for herself. Under the guise of an anniversary present for the husband or whatever. There's no ring on her fingers either. Like, they've not drawn it in. Despite the ring that they show us in the beginning. There's no ring on her finger at all.
Why, I can even offer something extra if you help us out with the paperwork.
Are you bribing me, ma'am?
We actually have a process for this, ma'am.
She's bribing me.
I don't really think that would be necessary or appropriate.
Yeah.
And just what are you two lovely ladies talking about here? Leaving me and our lovely interior designer to talk here by ourselves.
Right, okay.
What would the people think, darling?
About me talking to Mrs. Wright? Or about you talking to the interior designer? And why would there be anything wrong with that? Are you telling me we live in a society if a man and a woman are alone? Not even alone, just alone in a corner of a room full of people. Or, on the other side, a woman and a woman alone in a room full of people. That somehow that means there's something going on. Anyways, that's another thing right there.
Oh, it's just small talk, love. I was asking if she could help me with the paperwork.
Ah, clever disguise there. Yes, you've really not shown your hand. I am a real estate agent. What other paperwork than to buy this mansion would we be discussing? What other paperwork could I help you with, possibly? I'll help you with some paperwork. Well, she's the one who needs the help, but so, yeah, go right ahead. Also, she's doing that thing with her hand again. It's very disturbing. That's not how it works. It's really not, no. Oh, well, Hannah may not be the cleverest cookie in the kitchen, but sure. I try not to wince when her nails dig into my shoulder. Oh, she's one of those people. Right. I can't help but send an imploring look at Miss Culla, who only gives me an apologetic smile and a shrug.
Yeah, I can give you a fact sheet and a form to fill out.
What? What kind of fact sheet? And why would she need a form? If it's not to buy property. Am I helping her adopt a child? Is it a form for the doctor? She needs some kind of a procedure done and she has to fill out a form? Like, what's the plan here? She wastes no time in taking the papers from my hand and shuffles through the bunch. Oh man, Rose is going to be so angry at me for letting her do that. Oh, this is ridiculous. Why?
Wonderful.
Oh, why? It makes no sense. It's a form of possession. I mean, I guess you're probably not wrong there.
And Marianne, I'd really
Oh,
love to talk to
Marianne.
you about those changes. You took some notes earlier, yes?
Oh, I sure hope so, or you're in deep trouble, Marianne.
I did, Mom. But I really hope that this time...
Excellent. Hopefully you can help us out too, Isabel.
Mm-hmm. She needs a co-signer.
Isabella.
Oh. Yeah, she just doesn't care enough to call anyone by their proper names. Like, the reason this guy is just Mr. Right is probably because his name is Henry, but she keeps calling him Hank. And so it's just easier to go, yeah, I'm Mr. Right. Pleased to meet ya.
Right. It's a lovely name, Isabel.
Ah, Isabel. Ah. But sure. I mean, it's very similar, sure.
It's Isabella.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
she's
great.
not gonna get it.
We'll be more than happy to put in a good word to your superiors too, and... What's this?
A look of confusion and disgust appear on her face. Turning to her husband, he merely shrugs in reply.
That's, an interesting work of art. Not to my taste, though. I'm sorry.
What work of art?
Darling, Buttercup, art is a complete overstatement for this garbage. It looks like a cheap prop from a D-list horror film.
I'm guessing that's a picture of one of the murders that happened in this mansion at some point.
Shush, love. Let the girl do what she pleases with, what do they call this? Oh, forget about it. At the very least, it's not as dreadful as the one art exhibit I was forced to attend last month.
Oh, woe is, well, Ma'am Hannah, apparently.
You should have seen it, Marianne. Even you would have been appalled.
Ah, yes, of course.
But I'm sure you'll know what to do with our walls once we get started.
Ah, I'm sure they'll be painted red.
I highly doubt it is as bad as you say, Ma'am. Nevertheless, you can be assured that my team will only pick whatever suits your tastes.
Yes, I still look messed up. Yeah, I mean, they all kind of look a bit manic here as well. Like, that's an intense glare down at this picture that she's not that into, apparently.
Nothing of this chain letter sort, of course. It has to always work with a palette.
Of course.
I'm quite sure chain letters these
Oh.
days don't come in this form.
Oh, is it the note that we picked up earlier? It's my turn to be puzzled. What do they mean? Rose and I double-checked everything. Are the papers I handed not enough? I want to ask what I did wrong. I don't want to mess this up. But with the way Ma'am Hannah is leading the conversation, I'm afraid that's exactly what will happen if I do interrupt her.
That's good to hear.
If you need them, I can DM you some examples of what those pictures might look like. No, I think I'm okay. Because it doesn't, whatever it is, it doesn't sound nice. And D-list horror movie just sounds yucky. So I'm good.
See,
I'm
darling,
sure we'll get
isn't
to see
she
it
an
though.
absolute delight to work with? I can't wait to see how this place will look when she's done with it.
Ah, yes. You'll do a fantastic job if, you know, you live. And, well, I'm sure you'll enjoy the house if you live.
Oh, you don't have to tell me that, Buttercup.
Oh, Buttercup. So, whose ring that had "You're my sunshine"? A smile is back on her face when she turns to me and hands me a strange piece of
I
paper.
would still put it away if I were you, though. Otherwise, people might get the wrong impression.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, as I was saying,
Yep. I don't hear the rest of what she says after that. I can only stare at the paper, at the letter in my hands. The sides crinkle in my grip and my breathing grows labored. Dread quickly fills my mind.
Isabella? Isabella? Are you alright? You're looking pale.
You don't say. I don't even notice when Rosa's group joined us in the parlor. I want nothing more than to say to that, no, I'm not alright. I want to leave this place because I remember everything clear as day. This letter and that woman in the attic. It's
The
real.
letter. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Careless. I've been so careless. How do I even tell them that without looking like I've gone mad? I mean, I don't think there's a good way to do that, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, show the letter to Rose. I blurted out before I could think twice about what I'm going to
Rose,
say.
we need to get out of here. This place is cursed.
Oh yeah, that's how you broach the subject, sure. Rose is not gonna be worried or think you've gone insane at all. That's fine. Rose casts a nervous glance at the people in the room. Most are still engaged in conversation with their peers, but those curious enough to turn their heads in our group's direction have been given her trademark saleswoman smile. A tight expression is on her face when she pulls me aside.
Isabella, we've already had a conversation about this weeks ago. Those are just stories.
And stories never hurt anyone. It's like, you know, when you hear about some serial killer or serial kidnapper or like someone gone on a murder spree, you know, it's just stories. They can't hurt you. Oh, okay.
And I'm telling you that it's not. I saw something in there. It's not human at all.
No, it probably was at some point though, but you know, things change.
I thought it was just nothing, but isn't this letter proof enough?
I mean, anyone could have written a letter or... Don't know why I'm trying to make it seem like, you know, anyways. She gently reaches out to pluck the paper off my hand. Without even taking a glance at it, she folds it back neatly.
Look, I'm really getting worried about you. I know you want to see this open house through, but your condition is more important.
I mean, honestly, if I was Isabella right now, I'd probably just, you know, okay, sure, you don't believe this, but I do. I'll go to the hospital, sure, yeah, why not?
Give me a few minutes to wrap things up here, and I'll drive you to the nearest hospital.
No! You don't understand! There isn't a condition, Rose. No concussion at all. I'm fine.
Yeah, you don't exactly seem fine.
But this place isn't, and you're being stubborn about it.
Before Rose could open her mouth for a retort, a land hands on both our shoulders, pulling the two of us distance closer.
Now, ladies, what seems to be the problem here?
I mean, why does he think that this is any of his business, to be fair? Why is he interfering?
Nothing, sir. I just had to clarify a few things with my colleague.
Well, it certainly seems intense. A smile fits the two of you better, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure.
Especially darling little Lily here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what? He gives my shoulder a gentle squeeze while an inscrutable smile spreads across his face. What does that mean?
It's Isabella, sir.
Of course. But my point still stands. And with two beautiful
There's something
ladies
very
here,
off about
I'm
him.
Sure.
You're sure what exactly?
And I'm sure little Lily here would certainly appreciate it if you remove your pretty hands from her, darling.
Right. They've got a wonderful marriage with no problems whatsoever. That's very clear. The pressure on my shoulder lifts as soon as those words leave his wife's lips, while the scowl on her face is like a splash of cold water on me. I need counseling. Yes, I would say so. Also, is she scowling at Isabella? Because then what's up with that? He put his hand on her shoulder. It's also impossible to miss the displeased frown on Mrs. McCullough's face. Oh yeah, there's definitely something going on there, and he's just a womanizer, obviously, apparently. Oh, jeez. Well, okay, sure. The realization that we might lose the sale because of my outburst instantly dawns on me. Ah, yes, money more important than life. Because if you've got money, but you have no life, does it really matter? You're not going to be able to spend them anyways. Oh my gosh. Rose will be beyond pissed. Ah, well, better pissed than dead, I'd say. But anyways.
I think I need to step out for a while. I'll be back.
Cheerio. Bowing my head, I mutter a quick apology and gather my stuff to make a quick exit. It doesn't matter if this place is haunted or not. I've caused trouble to Rose. I've caused trouble, and Rose can be quite unforgiving of behavior like this. I'm almost at the door when she catches up to me.
Isabella, wait!
I mean, at this point, I would just stay outside. Why would you come back in? The apprehension must have been quite obvious in my face, because her expression instantly shifts to something gentler, eyes softer, a fond smile spreading on her lips.
Hey, I'm not angry.
Well, probably a good thing, but, you know, that's not really the main issue here.
I know. I'm sorry I ruined this for you.
Come on, you didn't ruin anything. It's not like we haven't ran into any problems before. If we don't get a deal today, we can always try on a different day.
Mm-hmm.
And look.
She hesitates, completely trailing off before shifting her gaze down to her hands, a small gesture to stall. Her fingers are fiddling with a piece of folded paper. It's that stupid letter again. My hands stiffen when she gives it back, but I take it nevertheless, more as an automatic response than any desire to have it back. I'll throw it away if I can. But I have this nagging feeling that, one way or another, it'll find its way back to me, regardless of what I do about it.
Rose, this is... You have to let them know about...
I know you want us to get this sale so badly. And we've made a lot of plans on how to go about this.
Mm-hmm. Was dying a part of any of those plans?
I mean, who wouldn't? This is the first time I've been assigned to a property like this.
Not sure that was as much of a vote of confidence as you may hope it was, but yeah, you'll be fine, I'm absolutely certain.
I've sold plenty of houses before, but nothing like what we have here. It's a beautiful house. I'd love to get one of my own if I ever win the lottery.
Ah, yes, a murder mansion to call my own.
But I think... Look, here's the thing, Isabella. If we are going to do this, work on something, I don't know, this big, I need you in top shape. And the way you are now...
My mind stops.
What? Wait. No, I can still work. I just need to get myself together.
Uh-huh.
That's what you said earlier. I let it go because I thought, hey, it's your own body and you should know more than anyone how you feel.
I mean, yes and no.
But after this, I really think you should take a break.
Ah, yes. That.
You're kicking me out?
I mean, you're not in the murder mansion anymore. Why are you so upset about it?
No, I'm not.
I mean, you are.
Look, all I'm asking is for you to take a seat somewhere I can see you, and let me handle this for now.
Basically, go sit in the corner. Don't create any more trouble. Just stay out of the way, okay? Let me do this.
You're clearly not yourself, and I honestly could use some time not worrying when you'll fall over or not.
Oh,
The day's
jeez.
not even over, and I'm already feeling the stress.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a shame. Rose, that's absolutely...
Please, humor me just this once.
Oh, a bit sleepy apparently. Sorry about that. Ah, yes. She clasps her hand together in front of... Well, she clasps her hands together, I would assume, because... It's kind of... Her eyes pleading for understanding. Roll persuasion. I feel like that roll has already gone pretty badly. It's like whenever our group tries to gain information somehow. Yeah. And I do understand, to some extent. That doesn't mean I'll feel any less awful. Whether at myself or the unlucky turn the situation has taken, or for her, I don't really know.
I promise I'll give you a full report of what happens after. I'll even let you take the lead tomorrow.
What happens tomorrow? Do we tour the murder mansion again?
Fine. Okay. I'll step aside for now.
You're upset.
I wouldn't be.
A little, yeah, obviously.
But why? She's asking you to... I mean, you want to leave the mansion, but then you don't want to leave. Whenever... Okay, Isabella wants to leave the mansion, but whenever Rose actually tells her to leave the mansion, she's like, no, I want to be here.
If it's any consolation, I won't tell the boss about today. You know how he is.
Ah, yes. He probably wouldn't approve of the, the employees causing a scene among very wealthy and, people. 1% commission on 100 million is still 1 million. I mean, I would take it for sure. Doesn't Era even have a professional persuasion? Era has pretty good, I think it's like +5 or something persuasion, but Era has technically never tried to persuade anyone of anything, I don't think. Because she doesn't do a lot of the talking. Maybe she should actually, because I think I have I think on persuasion I've got either +5 or +7, I'm not sure. It's one of that or deception. I believe one of them is +5 and the other is +7. So she technically has a good chance there. Oh, she's the only one good at it, yeah. And she doesn't do a lot of talking. Well, she doesn't do any talking, she mimics.
Please don't. I don't want a repeat of the lecture I got during my first assignment.
Oh jeez, what did you do during your first assignment? Gosh. Without her own voice, yeah.
He called me a noob, and I don't even know what that means.
It was your first assignment, you were a noob. And who doesn't know what that means? That makes you even more of a noob. Okay, I'm gonna stop saying noob now. It's starting to sound strange. Complain about goats? Probably. Probably, yes. At the memory, we both burst out into helpless giggles, earning us strange looks from the guests milling about the door. Ah, yes. It sounds like a giggle-worthy thing. Talking and laughing like this, it's easy to forget any mishaps that happened. Little things you'll learn to appreciate, I guess.
So, are we good?
I mean, she has profession in like 8 things, so it's no wonder. Oh, yeah. Quite a few of her stats are very good. Unfortunately, investigation is not one of them. Oh. I think her perception is good. I'm not sure. Is it? Maybe not. Rose has a point. It's better for me to step out of this one for now. Quite a few of Rose's stats are pretty good too. Aren't they just?
I won't be able to help you anyways if I keep getting
Which
distracted
one
like
was Rose
this.
again?
Maybe
The
I'll just
green
take a
one.
walk outside or something while I wait for you to wrap things up.
Yes, let's walk outside.
Please, just stay put. I insist.
Isn't it better if she just stays outside though? I mean, surely if she's just sitting on the porch or something, she can't make be any trouble.
I'm not an invalid, Rose.
Oh,
You
yeah.
clearly have not seen how you looked earlier.
Well,
It's not that bad.
are there mirrors around?
Color hasn't even returned to your cheeks yet. Just stay here, all right? Don't even think of going anywhere.
Okay, sure. Rose got a lot of professions if I remember correctly. Yeah, they've got some good proficiencies. I don't think I've got too many yet though. Because we're only level 3? I think you get more as you progress.
Let me finish what I'm doing here, and then I'll take you back to Luxembourg myself to have that minor bump checked.
Radio.
At least wait for me to call someone who'll fetch you, okay?
Ah, yes. I was about to say I'm a dog that needs to be fetched, but usually it's the dog that does the fetching, so does that make me the bone or the ball or the stick? Anywho, she's gone before I can voice my one word of complaint. Left with nothing else to do, I find myself drifting back to the foyer. A few visitors linger in the area, some merely enjoying the afternoon sunlight streaming in through the stained glass windows. Ah, yes. I would also enjoy just standing in a murder mansion that I don't owe, by the way. Enjoy the colored lights of sun just, yeah, streaming in the window. Sure. Anywho, others can be seen admiring the priceless antiques decorating the room. One group of elderlies gathered... Elderlies? Elders? Elderlies? Is that... That feels weird to me, but who am I to say? Ah, I know nothing. Anyways, one group of elderlies gathered somewhere across from me is occupied in a friendly banter about which one would cost more to buy. A little argument here, an occasional laughter and teasing there. I smile to myself. The conversation reminds me of what I've been missing this past few months. Rose is probably right. I do need a break. Maybe this afternoon's hangout will help. Speaking of, I should call Ash. It's a few hours early from what I've told him, but he did ask for a call once I'm done. Besides, I don't have a ride back. He offered, so I might as well take it. Or bribe him into giving me one. Not that I'll ever accept the latter, personal convictions and all. Ah, yes. Honestly, if there's something I find admirable in him, despite his tendency to annoy the hell out of me, it's that. Best song ever coming up. Interesting. Well, whatever way works, a free ride is still a free ride. There's Rose's offer too, but despite what she says, I know she'll be busy for the rest of the afternoon, especially without me assisting. Bothering her for favor as small as this is the last thing I want to do right now. A couple of minutes and a few prayers asking for a decent signal later, the call finally connects and...
Shit!
What?
Shit, how loud is this thing even?
A sharp ringing fills the entire hall, disrupting the pleasant quiet that has settled. Soon enough, heads begin to turn in search of the source, mine included. My heart started around the small crowd before zeroing in on a lone figure crouched behind the same group of old people checking out the decors moments ago. His face is facing away from mine, fumbling with something in his hands. Does he not know how to turn his phone off? Oh. But I don't need to see his face to know whose back it is. Oh, I'd recognize that dumb parka anywhere. Without bothering to end the call, I marched towards him. After what happened today, I'm really not in the mood to deal with this.
Of all the times to...
Ashton Frey!
Why is she so upset that he's here, though? Is he not allowed? What happens next is something I'll surely regret later for not having recorded. He jumps, lets out an undignified yelp followed by his phone slipping out from his grip. It bounces from one hand to the other in his poor attempt to catch it before it ultimately falling flat on the floor with a resounding clack. And we've now cracked his phone. Congratulations. I kind of feel sorry for the phone and the floor, but it's not every day you can catch someone like Ash off guard and get a reaction. So usually you just catch him off guard and you don't get a reaction? Damn his stupid detective senses. He's a detective? This is a detective? Okay. I don't know why I say that, but it's just... I would never have pictured this as a detective. Like... If you say detective, this is not what comes to mind. Well, not my mind anyways. I'm going to just... Yeah. Stop his Ash from Deluxe City. Ah, is that who it is? I didn't quite catch it. I'll take every ounce of victory I can get, no matter how small. Ha! An awkward pause passes between us. A blink. A cough. He makes a face. And then, in a too quick motion, he ducks and retrieves his abused gadget, while a grin threatens to break out from my lips. He doesn't meet my eyes when he straightens, but a flush has crept up his neck and cheeks. In another universe, where we haven't known each other for 5 years and suffering through his teasing isn't a day-to-day occurrence, chances are I'd find that adorable. Endearing, even. Unfortunately, this isn't that kind of world. The way things are, I'm already content to see him out of his obnoxiously calm and collected disposition.
Hello to you too, scaredy cat. I could stand to be greeted like a normal person, you know.
Ah, yes. Weren't you the one just jump scared by my shouting, though? Anywho.
What? And miss that look on your face? No way. Oh man, I should have taken a picture.
I am so honored you find this funny. Is that how you treat your guests? I think I need to talk to your supervisor.
Ah, yes. Talk to my supervisor.
Talk to yourself. You aren't even a guest here. What are you doing here in the first place?
I mean, he's probably mansion shopping. Ash, oh, yeah. That's actually really good. For a moment, he looks like he looks like a cat that swallowed a canary. Is that an expression? Suddenly, checking every nook and cranny on his phone for damage or scratches seems to be a more interesting activity than explaining himself.
Ash.
Seriously, that's what it was listed under. Yeah, I know. it was, like, I think the first conversation, it changed from just Ash to that, I think. I don't know.
I could be looking to buy a house.
Right, if you're a detective, I'm sure you could afford this. Like, I mean, I don't know how much detectives actually earn, but I kind of suspect it may not be in the hundreds of millions, and from what they're making this mansion sound to be, it will cost a fair bit of simoleons.
A mansion?
Yeah, why not? Did you see the view outside? It doesn't look haunted to me at all.
I mean, the view outside probably isn't haunted. Usually it's the house that's haunted. Could you imagine having a house and then you're just haunted whenever you are outside? Like, you take a little walk in your garden and it's like rattling or from chains or statues moving about. You take a trip out to get your mail and suddenly the post just flies out at you. I mean, it seems safer than to have the house itself haunted, but usually that's not how it works. I'd be okay with that. Yeah, it does sound nicer than the house itself being haunted, doesn't it? Sounds like my house. Is your outside haunted, Exo? That explains so much. Oh no. He's messing with me.
Ashton, I am not in the mood. What are you doing here?
Ah, well, now we're getting to the nitty-gritty of it all, are we? He chances a glimpse at some point behind me. The parlor? Curious, I follow his gaze. Before I can figure out what has caught his attention, he places a hand on my shoulder and turns me back to face him.
I just finished working on something, so I dropped by.
Finished working on what exactly? I still don't see how his work has anything to do with why he's here. At my confused look, he drops the hand resting on my arm like he's touched something particularly hot and casually rubs the back of his neck. Okay.
And I said I'll see if I can pick you up. Turns out I can. Free time and all.
I wish I wasn't messing with you, but no, I'm pretty sure the garden is haunted from the noises out there. Oh no! Maybe stay away from the garden. That doesn't sound like a good place. Usually haunted things are not good. I mean, unless it's like Casper the Friendly Ghost, because he seems pretty okay. Yeah.
So here I am. Figured you'd still be busy, and so I roamed around for a while.
Ah, roamed around for a while, did ya?
Oh, you should have mentioned that sooner. I was about to throw you out.
You wanted a ride from him though, so were you gonna just throw him out and then be like, oh, by the way, take me with you when you go?
Throw me? Hey, I was given a pamphlet. I think that makes me a legitimate client.
Ah, yes. The pamphlet, that's what makes it.
We have mandatory sign-in sheets for clients, Ash. I didn't see your name on it.
Hey, there's a question. What question?
And you can't just roam around because it says open house. Normal people actually follow an etiquette here.
Actually, isn't that kind of what an open house is? You come in, you have a look around, and if you're interested, you take like the pamphlet thingy with all the information about the house, and then you leave. At least that's how it works in Norway. Like, anyone can come. Maybe it's different from big mansions, though. I mean, yeah, I guess apparently there are tons of valuables just everywhere, so I guess maybe they'd want to have more security, actually. Yeah, that's actually kind of fair. Yeah, sure enough.
Right, okay. I think I'll just go ahead and...
When you go in after me, it was the mansion from the live-action movie of Casper. I don't really remember what the mansion from the live movie of Casper was like. But it's a children's movie, so I'm guessing no one died. And rather got into hilarious situations. It's been a very long time since I saw it, so I don't really remember. Well, I'll say possibly. I'm not committing to yes or no. Possibly. I'll have to watch the movie and we can come back to it.
No, wait. I wasn't you out. Rose said... Never mind. I was just about to leave anyway.
Yeah, so throw him out and then take me with you, sir.
Wait, what? Now?
Something must have shown in my face because he pauses and gives me a long, hard stare. Sometimes I forget how easy reading people is for Ash, given how often he looks as if everything around him is a chore. I avoid his eyes, hoping he'll drop the subject and won't ask me any more questions. The last thing I want is to tell him what happened, especially the part about the letter. In fact, he's the last person on Earth I'll ever think about telling it to, if I can help it. I mean, just don't say it. It's as easy as that. You can actually withhold information from anyone. Just don't say it. I mean, depending on the situation, it's not a good idea to withhold information. But technically, you can always withhold the information. I mean, I doubt he's gonna torture it out of you. Maybe he would, who knows? We'll have to watch the movie then. Yes. Yes. Sure, he's a dependable guy. God knows how many times he has helped me, even without me asking for it. Well, that's nice, isn't it? But stuff like ghosts and the supernatural, he'll never believe those, even if he hears it from a friend. Except maybe if it's Becca. Why? Why? My tickle torture it out of you. Well, yeah. Try it and you'll possibly get my elbow in your nose on purpose. On a good day, the most harmless thing he'll do is give you an explanation why those things have no chance of ever being real. At worst, he's insufferable. He'll poke fun at you at every single chance he'll get. Asshole. What did I ever do to him? He never does that to Becca or Zach. Is he just into Isabella? Like, is it the kind of like when 10-year-olds like each other, they kind of like push each other around and, you know, tease each other? Is that it? I can already imagine how things will go down the moment I spill a word of what I saw. Nope. Over my dead body. Possibly very soon. Before it catches his attention, I shove the letter deep into my bag. Yeah, that probably won't catch his attention.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Let's just go.
Doesn't look like a nothing to me.
We still have Zach's movie tonight, remember?
It's still early. And didn't you say your shift will end around 5 or 6? What about... Hey, Isabella, wait up!
Oh, I should say as well, that wasn't just me threatening EXO with violence, but the last time someone tickled me, I did accidentally, well, give them the elbow to the nose, and he had a little bit of a nosebleed. It wasn't much though, just a little bit. But I realized not everyone here may have heard the other situation. So, just to make that clear. Not the usual autumn draft, but it's still a welcome change from the stifling atmosphere inside the mansion. Ash's footsteps are quick behind me, the soles of his shoes thumping hard against the polished concrete in an awkward cadence as he rushes to catch up. He calls out once, twice. The mansion still looms in the background. Whispers calling me back, shadows beckoning. Help me. Help me. I don't look back. And that's why she dies. We spend the ride back to Luxbourne City in a relative quiet manner, with only the radio's disjointed hum in the background to fill the silence. Occasionally, Ash will reach out to fiddle with it until the signal settles, or it's a respectable volume, but otherwise he doesn't say anything. Neither do I. However, if the furtive glances he's been sending my way are signs, I know there are things he's been itching to ask since we left the mansion. I keep my eyes trained on the passing scenery outside, in the small hope that my disinterest will dissuade him.
Here.
All of a sudden, he tosses something at me from a small compartment on his side. It hits me cleanly on the chin before I can make a move to catch it. The small package makes a soft landing on my lap instead.
Sorry.
Yeah, that sounded sorry. The glare I sent him wipes the smirk about to form cleanly off his face. He clears his throat, focusing his eyes on the road again. I swear he did that on purpose. Ignoring him, I flipped the half-forgotten package on my lap.
I won't say no to free food, but why are you giving away cereal bars?
I always have one on my person, and you look like you're about to pass out back there.
Ah, must be from hunger, yes. I agree.
Have you eaten lunch yet?
I don't even get a chance to deny it, because right on cue, my stomach rumbles loudly, and an empty, gnawing feeling in my belly becomes noticeable. No surprise there. I did skip breakfast and lunch so I can catch Becca while she was still on break. I was hoping to get in a small meet after. I guess with everything going on, I just forgot until Ash mentioned it. It's not like the hollow feeling's anything new to me, though. If anything, it's just one of those things I've gotten used to ignoring over the years growing up. A thanks, then I tear open the package and start nibbling on the edge of the bar. You skip breakfast and lunch too often, Nat. Well, I mean, I skip breakfast or lunch. Not really both of them. Oh, or I'll have a very late breakfast. That's okay. Apart from acknowledging a nod, Ash doesn't say anything after that small exchange. For that, I'm thankful. After getting an earful from both Becca and Rose, it's nice to be able to just sit down with someone who's not going to nag at you. I mean, he kind of just did. He threw her a cereal bar because she hadn't eaten at all today. So I mean, technically. But anyways, I mean, I guess he didn't in so many words. He was just kind of like, take this.
How'd the open house go?
The usual. We got a bigger crowd than normal because of the property's fame, but really, no different from the typical open house.
Very good.
On second thought, it actually looks like a fancy party more than an open house. I've never felt so underdressed in my life.
Yeah, why would they dress nicely for an open house? Like, it's not a party.
Weren't you there?
I wasn't really listening.
I should have asked someone to kick you out.
No, you won't.
And what makes you so sure?
No, you won't. You're not there anymore. I can't. Just hang on.
One, ever since you got assigned to this property, you've been freaking out about it. Rebecca's words, not mine.
Okay.
She's been complaining to me about how you talked your ears off, by the way.
Okay.
Two, despite your initial qualms about the place, you still took the job.
And how does any of this relate to not kicking him
Which
out?
brings us to three. It's been months since you last settled a deal, and you're short on money right now since you're back to your instant noodle diet.
But what does this... How does that mean I wouldn't kick you out?
How do you even know about the last one?
I'm guessing Becca?
Rebecca.
Yeah.
Anyhow, you're hellbent on selling the mansion. Even if someone you know personally is in the tour group, you aren't going to just kick them out. Every single person who went on your open house is still a prospective client to you. Even me.
I mean, could you afford it? Because that's kind of like... If you can't afford it, then obviously you're probably not going to be a client who's actually going to buy it, so... He's not entirely wrong. Well, then you're an idiot, because I don't think a detective would be able to, like... Okay. Yes, I don't know that much about detective wages, but I do feel like it's not in the millions of money. Like, they don't earn in the millions a year. Like, several hundred millions, or even tens of millions, I'm pretty sure. And I feel like that's the kind of wages you'd need to have to afford this mansion, the way that they're talking it up. Right? Okay, I'm done for today. Never thought the thing that is gonna kill me on making a character would be the looks. Oh no. Oh. It'll be good though. Oh man, I walked right into that one, didn't I? Oh, you
I hate
sure
you.
did.
I really hate you right now.
Now. You may regret saying that later when he's dead. His answer is a small laugh that kind of screams, I'm right, I told you so. I hate it when it does
I'll
that.
have you know that there's already someone who's extremely interested in this property.
Ah, yes. The lady and her very, very shifty husband.
So even if you expressed any sort of interest in it, I don't think they'd be willing to let you have it. Too bad.
Could he afford it? Like, surely there's a minimum the current owners would ever take for it. Why is the financial side of this not being brought up at all? And why am I so invested in that? Okay, I need to stop. Provided I didn't botch it with the rights. I mean, they clearly have some issues. I'm just gonna take a generic one from that app. I mean, sure, works as well. Ma'am Hannah in particular didn't look too pleased with what I did. No, I mean, that wasn't something she did though. It was her husband touching her shoulder, and apparently that's some kind of awful thing that Hannah Wright and also Miss McCullough somehow got upset about. And like, one of those people shouldn't be that upset to begin with. I owe Rose a big apology. I hope she likes free donuts. I mean, if she likes donuts, she
You don't seem
probably
too
likes
happy about
free
it.
donuts.
I am happy. Doesn't this look like a happy face to you?
Not really, no.
Really? And here I was thinking you found another one stuffed in the sofa.
I mean, that's close enough, I guess. Also, I'm not selling to generic anime guy number 614. I mean, I don't think he could afford it, so yeah, no. I really don't think he could.
Or is it the wardrobe this time?
Well, actually, that's kind of closer. It was in the little bedroom upstairs in the attic, so yeah, wardrobe is probably closer than sofa. He meant that as a joke, but how close it is to the truth made my blood run cold and my own heartbeat a heavy weight in my chest. All at once, the letter in my bag feels a whole lot heavier, burdened by my own guilt and apprehension. What guilt, exactly?
Yeah, well, things happened. Stuff the right couple might not be pleased about.
Oh, because you're not telling them. But I mean, the murders that have happened previously in the house have been disclosed, right? Because, I mean, that's kind of the law, isn't it? I'm pretty sure if someone's died in the house, you have to disclose it.
No need to make a fuss about it. It's normal in the business.
Yeah, sure. Murder
You
house.
made them angry?
What could be more normal?
Not angry, just stuff happened.
Yeah. Wife's guy touched me, and for some reason, apparently, I did wrong.
Like?
Things.
Did they do anything? Your clients. The rights, was it?
Is he investigating the rights? Because there's definitely something off about them. And why would he know specifically that it's them? I can't answer that. At least, not without revealing everything that took place in the attic. Let's change the subject.
You keep asking me about my work, yet you haven't said a single word about yours.
Relationship status updated. Oh, we're better friends with Ash, apparently. Oh, we're not good friends with Marianne. That's gone into the minus. Oh, his name is Luke. Let's hope the force is with you, Luke. You're apparently juggling 2 women and trying for a third, and it's not going well for you. Oh. Why are their names down? I can't click any of it. Anyways. I like this guy's ideas. What ideas?
That's not fair. Both you and Zach have literally disappeared off the face of the earth.
You're next to him in the car, presumably on Earth, so... How? An over-exaggeration, but changing the subject to something else is still better than outright lying to him. I agree. Lying is difficult. Oh, I'm not good at it. I literally... Like, as a child, I gave up on lying. Like, even white lies to, you know, not get me in trouble. Because I would be like, if I did something wrong, which I didn't really do all that much, but if I knew that, oh, this was probably something I shouldn't have done, I would try to, like, paint a better picture of the situation to my mom, and then she would be like, okay, and just move on with her day, and then 10 seconds later be like, actually no, this is what really happened. So yeah. I can't lie. Oh, which is honestly fine, because it just seems like a lot of work. It's usually what gets people in trouble in TV shows and movies, and I imagine real life as well. Besides, it never works with him. Ah, yes, because he's a detective and he'll see right through your little eyes. I'm not sure if it's because I'm just bad at it, or he's just really very good at his job. He doesn't answer immediately, only momentarily shifting a glance over at me and returning it back to the road when he has to make a sharp turn. Hopefully he's watching the road at almost at least all times, not only when he has to make sharp turns. Outside, the sun has already started to descend, casting a vibrant orange glow on the tall buildings. I wonder how long before we reach the venue for Zach's film. Checking the street signs outside, it appears Ash has taken the longer route. Why? Oh, because he wants more alone time, is it? Odd, but he's probably trying to avoid the rush hour traffic.
Didn't we just talk a week ago over chat?
That's different. Linking your awful memes in the group chat box every morning isn't exactly a conversation.
Excuse me, I don't hear you calling them awful while you're laughing at all of them.
Shut up! And you aren't answering my question.
Well, he's avoiding it, obviously. That earns him a soft punch to his arm. Ah, yes. Injure the driver. Timeline new, but... Oh. Oh! Wait, so... What? Why are these here if we're starting on this day? Oh. But why are these here when we're starting on this day? Anywho. I did laugh at them, but I'm not gonna give him the satisfaction of knowing that I found most of them funny. Yeah, let's just keep that to ourselves, sure. It'll only make his head bigger, stupid Ash.
Alright, lay off on the abuse. Remember that case I mentioned before?
No, I don't at all.
We've been trying to pin the bastard down, but it required more work than we anticipated. The guy's slippery like that. We got some good lead months ago.
I'm guessing that's Luke. He recounts what's been going down in the time we haven't seen each other. His usual work, the occasional small investigation, and the big case he's been stuck working on. Stuff he couldn't mention in the brief time we catch each other online. Oh, right, okay, that makes more sense. Although most of it are the trimmed down version, the only things he can tell, he's always been careful about that. Even in the way he spins his answers to my question, just enough to satisfy my curiosity, but not enough to paint the whole picture. I mean, it's an ongoing investigation. Surely people are not supposed to talk that much about ongoing investigations. At one point, his voice takes on a strained tone when he mentions something about the big case, but I don't dwell on it much. That's normal, right? I mean, who wouldn't be frustrated if you couldn't bring someone to justice because they kept slipping out of your fingers? If I were in his shoes, I'd definitely lose my mind. His stories never seems to be interesting his stories never cease to entertain regardless. If things weren't the way they were back home, maybe I would have considered taking on the same job as him. Well, no, not really. Mama would never allow that. But the idea is still there, along with the countless others I've got. Okay, so we're a bit indecisive. Bit indecisive. I can relate to that, actually. Yeah. Time passes quickly between us in this manner, and before I know it, we're already at the movie house. A small crowd has already formed in front of the theater when we arrive. Liftfest, short for Luxborn Independent Film and Theater Festival, attracts a bigger crowd annually, and this year's no different. Relatable. Yeah, it actually is, yeah. Point of no return. Bat what? Bato something? Pocket chibi? Oh, Batcat! Okay, right. Batcat coming soon. Batcat. No, Batcat! Okay, anywho. I've only been to a few indie film screenings with Zach, so I'm not the expert on the matter. But I know for people hoping to make a break in the industry, getting your film recognized by a local event like this is already a big deal. Especially for a newcomer like Zach. He hasn't even won an award, but just getting a confirmation letter that the festival committee wants to include his movie in this year's lineup already put a grin on his face for weeks. I mean, fair enough, he's in the festival. Speaking of the guy, he's impossible to miss. At 6 feet, he appears to loom over most of the moviegoers, and with his large build and heavy voice, there's no surprise when people give him a wide berth as they pass by. So he's intimidating, is what they're trying to say. It's often easy to mistake him for someone intimidating at first glance. I did, back when I didn't know any better. Ash did too, I heard, once early in their friendship.
Oh, there's Zach.
Ah, yes, he looks very intimidating.
Hey, you guys! Long time no see!
How was his voice described again? Because I feel like this is not it. Zach's face lights up with a smile of his own. He moves towards us with careful steps, taking a significant effort to make himself smaller so as to not bump or accidentally hit anyone. Typical Zach. I don't know why, but that just... He's taking care not to bump or accidentally hit anyone. That's just typical Zach. Oh gosh. As he nears, Ash casually raises a hand in greeting and...
Sup, Z-Man? My main man. What's crack-a-lackin', my homie?
What is that? Ash, please, no. Oh gosh. The awkwardness that descends within the immediate vicinity of our small group is palpable enough. Yeah, I can feel it. Oh yes, this is perfection. Ah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ash is so hot right now. Oh my gosh. Oh jeez. Okay, sure. Somewhere to our left, a girl giggles and only then do I become aware of my mouth hanging open. I'm almost amazed how Ash can say that out loud with a straight face. Almost. Considering his track record, I should be used to it by now. Zach seems to be.
Yo, stop trying to act black, Ashton. And you're the only one who calls me Z-Man.
I mean, he's trying to make it happen. Apparently it's not happening, though. Ain't that just sad? There's fondness underneath his exasperated tone. If this were any other person, he'd likely be offended, but years of friendship and familiarity have made those words harmless to the other's ears. Or at least, enough for both to take it in stride.
It's been a while, Zach.
Oh good, you're speaking normally again.
I hope you didn't get into trouble again.
Why would he ever get into trouble?
Not much to get into trouble lately without you, I'm afraid. I'll let you know if something comes up, though.
Right.
Nah, I ended up with chicken down stuck on me last time I agreed. I'd really love at least this year to pass without some sort of accident happening again.
Right. Okay.
Hey, I take offense to that. It wasn't that bad.
You really have no idea.
No, I really don't, but please enlighten me because this sounds like a story. A beat passes. And then Zach laughs.
Hey, I'm kidding. You know you can always count on me.
It's a story only the two of them are privy to. Every now and then, Ash will enlist Zach's help on something. Becca and I never really found out what the real deal is with those adventures, as Ash calls it, and both aren't willing to tell due to some unspoken agreement. She insists that if it's Ash, it's likely not something illegal or life-threatening. I tend to believe her on that. Sometimes. Oh well, boys will be boys, I guess. Ah, yes. Doing something life-threatening or illegal? Boys will be boys. What are you gonna do about it? I give Zach a small wave from behind Ash when his attention eventually turns to me. That actually is a thing. Like, there was... I don't remember exactly what the thing was, but I think it was a bunch of, like, early teenagers that had, like, thrown really, like, big enough rocks that they could potentially hurt someone badly, and I think they'd been throwing these rocks at police or police cars or something, and literally the media's response was, boys will be boys. Because we've got this expression, guttestreker, in Norwegian, and that's what they used about the incident. Like, it's kind of serious if you think about it, and that kind of does just translate to boys will be boys. And it's like, I'm sorry, excuse me? Straight to jail. I mean, should be, yeah, kind of. Like, some sort of consequence for this action. Open fire. Maybe not that much of a consequence. Hans, oh no. Get the Flammenwerfer. Oh no.
Bella!
Yo.
Huh?
What's crack-a-lackin'?
Rebecca's now with you. Is she still sick?
Oh gosh. That's something you'll probably never hear from my lips again.
A bit. But she's up and went to work this morning. You know she doesn't listen to anyone that's not Ash.
Yes, she does.
Why?
No, she doesn't. You're literally the only person she'll listen to when she's feeling stubborn.
And it's true. They've known each other far longer than any of us in the group, childhood friends and all.
But don't worry, Zach. She's probably on her way here now. She promised she wouldn't miss your movie.
Isabella! Oh, thank goodness!
Speak of the devil. Without warning, a hand grabs me by the shoulder and turns me around. There was this one incident where in the US, I think 14-year-old kid and his sister got their hands on 2 pistols and an AK and started a shootout with the police. Oh my gosh, why would they do that? That one was a bit messed up, not gonna lie. I mean, yeah. Like, I understand finding a weapon might be exciting to, like, children, but why would they start a shootout with the police? Like, what? Oh my gosh.
Becca, you're just in time.
I have to lean back with a little with the way her face is almost invading my personal space, but she places her hand on either side of my head to keep me still. She stares at me intently, concern filling her eyes.
Becca, you're squishing my face.
Okay, right. Yeah, okay. Sometimes I go too deep down the YouTube rabbit hole. Yeah. Funnily enough, that doesn't even surprise me in the US. Like, that's pretty bad though. You know? When that's like, yeah, not too surprising. That's pretty bad. Because, like, it should be surprising and alarming. But yeah, a lot of stuff happens, I guess. But still, that's really bad, though.
How are you? Are you alright? Why wouldn't I be?
Rose called me earlier.
Those 4 words tell me all I need to know. Since I don't have my family living close by and the only other relative I have here works on the far side of the country, I gave my company Becca's contact number in case of emergency. I should have known Rose would call her. I push Becca's hands away from my face. Although she lets go, her eyebrows remain drawn together.
Oh, no, everything's good. Rose covered for me at work today.
That's not what I'm talking about. How's your head?
Haven't had any complaints. The fact that beside me Ash snickers. Oh, it was as if I had a laugh track. Like a really weak one, and well, actually really, I'd say feeble or pathetic, but still that worked out really well. And yes, I've been watching a lot of RuPaul lately. Drag Race, that is. I actually can't remember exactly how that ended. I would assume the kids got shot. I mean, that is a likely scenario, well, unfortunately. I'm sure someone got hurt. In the whole thing, at least, anyways. It's absolutely insane, though. I bite back the urge to elbow him in place of trying to avoid Becca's hand as she tries to reach out for the said area. I do my best to dodge her, all at once moving to hide behind Zach. Sorry for Sorry for using you as a human shield, Zach.
Oh, it's nothing. I just slipped off a few steps on my way down. I blacked out for a few seconds and had a minor bump, but it's just that.
You don't know that it's a few seconds. We actually don't know how long she blacked out.
You blacked out? It's not something to brush off.
Yeah.
Come on, at least let me check it.
Right here, in lines for the movies.
It's extremely minor. You wouldn't even know it's there.
Okay, they did, but they survived in hospital. Okay, well, I mean, that's good at least. But like, how... I can't even imagine, because like, how do you... I mean, how do you deal with the aftermath of that? Like, needed to know that. Yeah, I mean, it's good to know that, yeah. Oh.
Isabella, this isn't a laughing matter.
It's not, no. Kids were hurt.
She did look pale when I saw her.
You're kind of looking pale yourself there, sir.
Wow, thanks a lot, Ashton, you traitor. I'll get you back for this. Just you wait.
What? I'm just saying it as it is. If you mentioned this earlier, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Saw her?
Yeah, they arrived together. Bella looked fine to me then. I don't know.
Something crosses Becca's face, but it's gone before I can figure out what it is.
Oh, that's good. At least she didn't have to travel alone, right? At least. Good.
Does Becca like Ash, but Ash likes Isabella, and there's some sort of thing there?
See? I'm okay. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
I don't know if this is intrigue that's actually in the game, or if I'm just making it. I'm just seeing things.
And I don't want to miss Zach's film.
No, we don't want to miss Zach's
We can always
film.
watch it some other time.
Oh, come on, it's the festival.
Sorry, Zachary.
No, it's good. But you guys should really keep it down. We're starting to attract some attention.
Starting to now? I thought we had attention from way back.
It's the premiere. The premiere's different. Right, Zach?
Also, you're surrounded by faceless people. Yeah, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Is this a cross between Metopia? Because, like, face stilling's a thing. It's probably demons. I shoot him a pleading look. Zach's a sensible guy. He'll understand. Please understand.
Not really. but Rebecca has a point. In the end, I think it's your call.
Oh, for heaven's sake!
Please, Becca. I really don't want to miss it.
You're not missing it. Oh, we're just moving it on a different day so we can have a...
Look, you guys.
Ash's loud sigh unexpectedly cuts through the conversation. He's pinching the bridge of his nose as he speaks, something he usually does when he's getting impatient.
If she says she's okay, then there's nothing we can do about it. It's not like we can stop her either.
True, I'm a grown person. Well, Isabella is, allegedly.
Besides, she's still acting like the same old Isabella to me, if she can still run around like that.
Why are you taking her side?
Oh.
I'm not.
I mean, kind of.
But if she wants to watch Zach's movie with us, I'm not going to stop her. She's probably the one looking forward to it the most.
Ash, that's... You, of all people, should know...
Tell you what, if I notice something amiss with her, I'll take her to the nearest hospital myself. Is that good enough for you?
I already know the answer before Becca voices it out. When at last she releases a deep breath and nods, albeit with great reluctance, and immediately tackle her into a hug.
Thanks, Becca.
Well, I immediately tackle her into a hug.
It's always been you with him, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's definitely a thing. Well, Isabella, so you are not a grown person? I mean, big T. It doesn't mean you didn't grow at all. Look. I am, and Isabella is, allegedly.
Did you say something?
Me? Nothing. Don't
Yeah.
mind me.
So there's definitely a thing there.
If you say so.
You grew just by a negative amount. I just grew shorter.
Okay,
Oh,
guys, showtime's
jeez.
close, so I think I'm gonna get us some snacks. My treat. And then let's head inside.
Oh, wonderful. Popcorn, please.
Anyone here has a smaller bill?
I think I do. Hold on.
I pull myself off from Becca to get my wallet from my bag.
What's
and
this?
Oh. It's already in Ash's hands before I can even react. Behind him, Becca and Zach are both giving the piece of paper an intrigued look.
No! Give it back!
I'm guessing it's the letter. Well, the note. See the positives, you could just walk through under a closed door. But I can't, I have to open it.
It's just a paper.
I don't care! Give it!
Oh, that was forceful.
Looks ancient, too. Why do you keep this around?
I try to reach for it, but it holds the paper way above his head. I've never been particularly sensitive about my height, but right now, I really wish I had that advantage over him. Mundle, shush.
Don't open it!
What's the big deal? It's not like it's a love letter. I don't see any reason to... Hold on a second. This is, isn't it?
Yes, it's a love letter. Stop it! No! No laughing!
Even if it is, it's not for you.
Okay, now I'm curious.
I'm telling you, it's nothing like that. It's...
The rest of my words are lost when he unfolds the paper. Achievement unlocked too early for Halloween. Oh no. I can't breathe. That muddled shush killed me. Because I know what you're like, and if I thought it, you thought it. And now my internet is dead. Oh no. Rip Mundle's internet. I'll be right back on a shower. Yes. Have a good shower. Well, you can't really hear me telling you to have a good shower, but hey, enjoy it anyways. My heart feels stuck in my throat, pounding, threatening to burst out. Vaguely, I note how my hands are trembling at my sides. Clasping them together doesn't do any good. They're still shaking, but I hang on to them regardless. But before that... No. The awful, sick weight that has taken its core in my stomach back in the open house returns full force. How do I fix this? How do I fix this? How do I fix this? Someone, please! Today's turning out to be a horrible nightmare.
Send this to 5 people or else. Well, that's interesting.
Guys, I think we should listen to Bella first.
Aren't you a few days early for Halloween?
Ash waves the paper in front of me, giving me a fleeting glimpse of its contents. I don't need to see. I don't want to see. The letters, the words, every stroke written in blood is already embedded in my mind. Maybe I should have just thrown it away when I had the chance. That way...
It's not a prank.
Yeah, probably not. It's from the murder house. So, yeah. It makes all of them stop. Even I am surprised with how steady my voice is.
What did you say?
Oh, that was creepy how their eyes just moved.
This isn't a prank! I saw something!
Oh, god damn it, why does it take so long? Why does what take so long?
Hold on. Are we still talking about this paper? Or is it about the urban legend again?
I mean, kind of both.
Both. I know it sounds ridiculous.
You're saying this is a primitive version of a chain letter, and now that we've seen it, we're now cursed. You've got to be kidding me.
See? This is why I didn't want to tell you guys.
I mean, didn't she... I mean, technically, those are 3 people, and she's technically shown the letter to... what? Mrs. Wright, Mr. Wright, and... the decorator as well. So that's 6 people, so shouldn't she be fine now? Technically? She's officially tiny. Ah, that's taking so long.
Isabella, aren't you taking this a bit too far?
Ah, yes, it's me taking it this far.
It's not a joke! Will you guys listen to me first?
No, I don't think so.
I saw something in the house earlier. It stood right in front of me.
Yeah, that's the way to say something and not sound completely insane. I mean, the bloody game is about the letter, so... I mean, true enough, but technically she has now shown it to 6 other people, so if it send this to 5 other or else, so she should technically be fine. Take your time, Mundle.
If I hadn't gotten away, that thing might have...
I mean, you didn't get away. You passed out.
Right. And in broad daylight, Isabella. Even someone gullible would find the logic in that screwed up.
Aha.
There's also no way in hell that this supernatural shit is true.
Oh, wow, he's really...
But it's real! What do you think I saw?
Oh, illusion maybe?
Hallucination? A delusion? Didn't you say you fell down some stairs? So maybe Rebecca's right.
Maybe. Hello, Jay. Welcome. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Goober, I'm here. Oh, how are you, Jay?
It happened after, when I was trying to get away. I almost got stuck in the same room with that
I
thing.
hope you get to relax some.
We're all in danger. I thought you were my friends. Why don't you
But good.
believe me?
That's good anyways. That is very good.
We are, and you know that. But this thing and that thing has got nothing to do with the other.
Right.
When Rose called earlier, I thought she's just exaggerating. But based on what I'm seeing right now, maybe it's better if we really postpone this for now.
Don't bother.
Without another word, I snatch the letter out of Ash's hand and stuff it back in my bag with more force than necessary. I'm tired. I got cursed, saw ghosts, probably lost a sale, got kicked out of the open house I'm supposed to be hosting, my own friends won't believe me, and all of them think I'm crazy. To top it all off, there's a dull ache at the back of my head, begging for a little attention. I can't afford to give right now. Honestly, there's only so much a person can take within a single day. I just want to go home, curl up in my bed, and never think about today. But before I can take a single step away from the group...
Guys!
What if I played Phasmophobia breathing? It would be funny. It is unnerving, isn't it? Zach rarely ever raises his voice, even when there's a point he wants to drive home, and hearing him take that tone completely throws me off. Even Ash and Becca, whatever harsh words yet to come out from the argument immediately down on our tongues.
Why don't we all calm down first? I'm sure Isabella has her reasons too.
No need to be hard on her.
Aw, Zach, he understands. He understands really well. He's very nice.
And hey, ain't this supposed to be a happy get-together?
It was supposed to be, yes, and it was also supposed to be about you and your movie and all that, but I don't think that's happening, I'm gonna be honest. It doesn't seem to be anyways.
We haven't seen each other for months. I'd really love to know what y'all have been up to. I only ever get to talk to Bella over chat.
Yep.
Please.
Has Mundler or Exo been here? Yes, Mundle is showering at the moment, and Exo is probably lurking while he's at work. He has a point. Ash, for all his attempts to look cool and distant, has also been looking forward to this. He even took the time to call this morning for a reminder. He never does that. Becca too, I'm pretty sure that's another reason why she got out of bed today. Indeed I am. Yep. I'm currently at school. Oh, I hope you have a good day at school, Jay. Yet, despite Zach's attempts to lighten things up, or Ash's and Becca's acquiescing gestures, the tightness in my chest remains. I should have just kept it to myself, or at least went with the idea that it was a prank. If I did, things might not have turned out the way they had. No sour moods, no bad vibes. Pud, hello, welcome. How are you doing? Hello. Careless, so careless. Maybe leaving is the better decision for all of us. I will stay for the movie. Any other day, I'd excuse myself and go straight home. Okay, so whose relationship went up? Oh, she really didn't like that. But Ash and Zach did. Oh, but she really didn't like that. Any other day, I'd excuse myself and go straight home. But this is something special to Zach. Something he worked so hard to bring to life. I should have known better. I might be having a bad day, but being with the few people I care about far outweighs the idea of spending the rest of the day throwing a tantrum alone in my room. And what if the thing in the attic follows me home? I don't want to be left with my thoughts either. I can still see it whenever I close my eyes. And maybe, if I stay, let our heads cool down first before telling them what happened, they'll listen to me. There's nothing you can't solve with a calm head. I'm doing okay. Pretty tired after my first day of work in a while. How are you? Oh, well, I'm glad you're doing okay. I hope you get some proper rest after work today then. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm afraid we'll pick on you again, Jay. Well, I hope you won't. Be nice to Jay. Oh, jeez. One step at a time, Isabella. That's what Mama used to tell me. Besides, I don't have the heart to ditch Zach. A smile is back on my face when I look back at them.
If we keep arguing here, we're going to miss the first few minutes.
It's true. Generally, movies just start when they're supposed to start. They don't wait for whatever situation this is.
Alright, that's the Isabella I know.
Oh, good. I thought for sure you were going to cry.
Oh, gee, thanks. Okay, it looks like someone kneed him between the legs or something. This time, I really do send an elbow straight to his stomach. Ah, close enough. Stupid Ash being vertically challenged has its perks too. Vertically challenged. Oh, jeez. Okay, right.
What was that for?
You know what that was for.
Stop calling me a crybaby. I'm not one.
I mean, he didn't exactly call you a crybaby. He just said that he thought you were about to cry. I mean, there's a slight difference there.
Aw, don't cry.
Okay, I kind of want to hit him again.
Stop it!
Okay, scaredy cat then.
Ah, yes, fantastic. This really is the perfect character for you. I never cry. Like, literally.
That too. If you repeat that, I swear I'll...
Well, not literally. Very not often. There are 3 movies that make me cry. Usually I just get very, very sad. But I don't often cry from movies. Or in general. Oh.
Let's just go.
Yeah, she's angry still. Without another word, Becca goes inside. She doesn't even stop to wait for us when I call after her. Ash and I exchange looks at that, the same question likely swimming inside our minds. Did something happen at school after I left? Is she having a bad day too? I'll try asking her about it later, I guess. I'll try asking about her later. That makes sense, yeah, sure. What do you mean you whine and cry every time one of us scares you? I mean, I whine, I don't cry. Well, I never said that I don't whine. I whine a lot. Oh, but I don't cry. Also almost swallowed wrong, so my laugh there came out a bit strangled.
So, you guys go catch up with her. I'll go get us the food, I promise.
Very good, Zach. Good man.
But you'll miss it.
Didn't you say watching a movie without food ain't fun? And it ain't like I haven't seen it. I made it, remember? I'll be in there soon.
Yeah, good. One friendly tap on my shoulder and then he's gone. A few moviegoers are still milling about. Some are still waiting in line for tickets, but otherwise most of the crowd is already inside. There's nothing much for us to do here now. Not a word of protest comes from me when Ash gestures for the two of us to head inside.
And then?
Are you sure it wasn't one of the cleaning crews?
Absolutely sure.
Somehow, halfway through the movie, the conversation steered towards what happened in the mansion. To be fair, Zach was the one who brought it up again. In his own movie's premiere. Now the film's just serving as background noise while we're speaking in hushed tones, careful not to disturb everyone inside the small hall. They're definitely disturbing everyone in the vicinity of them. Well, except for Ash. I just hope we don't end up arguing about it again. We'd all get kicked out for sure. I mean, yes, you should be. Though, with how loud Ash's voice is, we'll probably get thrown out before any argument happens. Only Becca still remains engrossed in the movie, completely ignoring us. I think that's because she's angry. She's been quiet the whole evening, speaking only when referred to. If I didn't know any better, I'd think we did something that offended her. Yes, we stayed for the movie. That's what offended her. She really didn't like that. There's a guy in my TF2 game named Ninja Pulse. Why do I find it so funny? Why not? Sure. Oh, did we?
And then I ran. You heard what happened after.
I still think it's something else.
It was standing right in front of me, Ash.
He's one of the smartest people I know, but jeez, he could learn to listen. Plus, didn't he say he doesn't believe in these things? Why is he in this conversation again?
I heard what you said, but it's a small room. There are a lot of things someone else could have done there without your knowledge. If I could see it up close, maybe I can...
I am not going back there.
Ain't that a problem if you're hosting an open house?
He has a point.
Rose does the first floor tour.
I ain't sure ghosts can be restricted to one room, Bella.
There are no ghosts, Zach. Stop putting useless ideas in her head.
Yeah, but I was thinking, maybe all the house needs is a blessing. Wasn't it left uninhabited for years?
It was, yeah. Oh, the house did change hands over the years from one distant relative to the other Ermengardes to from one distant relative of the Ermengardes to another. None of them bothered to live in it though, and it remained that way up until its current owners decided to sell it. Why didn't I think of that?
I didn't peg you as the religious type, Zach.
Is it because I'm young and a male? I don't know. Perhaps. Perhaps not.
Nothing like that, Ash. Who knows, though? It might bring something positive to the place.
I mean, an exorcism surely couldn't hurt, I suppose.
That's not a bad idea. I just don't know where I could find someone.
Call a church, a temple. I'm sure you'll find options.
You're not seriously considering his suggestion, are you?
I mean, what could it hurt, honestly? If you're stressing out about something, at least Yeah, just do what you can, right?
Do
Why
you have
not?
a better idea?
I know where. I can contact him for you if you want.
I'm honestly mad at my sense of humor. Oh, no, don't be. It's fine.
You do that?
Or we can find you a psychologist instead.
Ah, yes, give me one of those. There are very few times in my life when I wish my glowers can kill. This is one of those.
Ash, that is not a very appropriate thing to say right now.
No, wait, that's not what I meant. Ethnographer. I meant ethnographer. This guy's a psychologist too, of course, if you...
Ashton, if you don't stop.
Rebecca knows the guy I'm talking about too. She can vouch for him.
Can she? Becca tears her eyes away from the screen at the mention of her
Huh?
name.
What? Oh, are you talking about Professor Andrew? He used to work with my parents at the university. And can you guys keep it down?
Sorry, the scaredy cat here mentioned curses. Not that I'm saying this is one, but talking to him is a better solution for me than getting a random priest to bless an old house.
I mean, why not both? It's not like you can only do one or the other.
He'll even help you figure things out, teach you a couple things,
Ah, lovely.
and probably put your fears to rest since this looks to be bothering you a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it is indeed, yeah. Ash might be right too. However, what Zach suggested is something I'm more familiar with. Granted, they don't believe me. They're only giving me these suggestions to put my mind at ease. But it's better than being ignored or being laughed at. And also, I mean, what could it hurt anyways, right? I can take comfort in knowing they're willing to hear me out.
So, what do you think?
It's your call. We'll go with whatever you want.
I'd say both.
I don't know.
Priest or professor? You know what? Sure, professor.
I'll think about it. But if ever, I'd like to give talking to Andrew a try.
Oh yeah, Ashton liked that. But Zach did not mind that we did that. Rebecca is still really upset though. Oh gosh, okay.
Is that okay? Won't he have other things to do?
Ah, he's just a university professor. Why would he be busy? I'm sure he doesn't have classes to teach or papers to look at. Anything
He
like
is a
that.
bit busy, but he'll make time for me. He's my go-to person when I'm stuck in something.
Oh. Wait, stuck in something? Do you get yourself trapped in things a lot, Ash?
He won't mind if I bring a friend with me this time.
If you're sure.
Guess that settles it then.
I mean, surely it was supposed to be stuck on something. When I'm stuck on something, not stuck in something, because that kind of implies he's been locked away somehow.
Guys, I said keep it down. You keep insisting that we still watch it, yet you're not even paying attention yourselves.
I mean, she has a point. What was the point in insisting that we stay if we're not watching the movie?
It ain't a big deal, Rebecca. I'm the one who broached the subject in the first place.
Also, the movie has been on this one frame for a very long time. I think there's something wrong with the reel, and can't those things catch fire? I mean, if it's like an old school theater, if it's just a DVD that somehow just got stuck or something, I don't know. Yeah, anyways.
It's still your film, Zachary. A good film, mind you. You worked hard on this. The
Yep.
least we could do is watch it with you.
Apparently not.
And that's what you're all doing. I really appreciate all of you making time for this.
Oh, and we're gonna keep talking through the rest of
Sorry,
it.
Becca. We'll stop now.
I throw her an apologetic look, even if Ash is the one. Ash is the only one she should be reprimanding, but her attention is already back on the screen. She's ignoring us again. When Becca's acting this way, there's a big chance something's nagging at her. We really need to talk. We all fall into comfortable silence after, the kind you only can share with people you're most at ease with. For the first time today, the letter lies forgotten in my bag, if only for a few hours. Fun fact: one of the 3 movies that makes me cry, I watched for the first time in the theater, and I was bawling my eyes out, and I was watching it with a friend among others, and she just kind of had to dig in her purse for some what are they called, the like little folded sheets of paper. There's, because I was literally bawling my ass out. I had makeup on and everything, and not the waterproof kind, because I wasn't expecting to cry. And I was sobbing. It was kind of embarrassing, actually, but oh, luckily movie theaters are dark. Oh gosh. Night has fallen by the time we exit the movie house. I kind of want to see Batcat. Despite the late hour, the streets are still bustling full of people. Those about to head home, those set to meet someone, even those simply wandering about. Walking in this sea of unfamiliar souls, it strikes me how easy it is for one to get lost in a city as nondescript as Luxborn. I was afraid too. At one point, back when I was new and had just set foot in this place, now with familiar faces walking with me, it feels a little like home. Zack and Ash bid us goodbye shortly before Becca and I crossed to the other side of the street. The former claiming he's got a few freelance jobs to take care of before the day ends. And Ash, who knows? He never tells. Sometimes he'll just randomly appear at your doorstep looking for a place to crash. He does that to Zack a lot, much to the latter's frustration. But he's a busy guy too, in spite of all the laid-back air he gives off.
Thanks for today, everyone!
No problem, Zack. I'm sorry for what happened earlier.
Help me.
Huh?
Help me. Help me. A sensation. Cold, sickening, drowning, my chest tightening, breathing becoming labored. I can taste blood in my mouth, the edges of my vision blurs. In the distance, amidst the countless nameless people going about their lives, a voice reaches out to me. Help me. Pleading even as I clench my eyes tight and clasp my hands over my ears. Whispering and whispering and whispering, calling out, help me, please.
No, not me.
Help me. Somebody, help me.
Isabella? Earth to Isabella?
At her voice, the whole world suddenly snaps into place, the murmur's gone. When I open my eyes, Becca raises an eyebrow at me and questions.
Weren't you listening? Are you coming with me?
Oh, yeah. Just, okay. Sorry, I spaced out.
You always do that.
Ah, yes. I follow her without complaint, but not before sneaking a glance to the far end of the street, where the voice came from, where another set of eyes might be staring at me. Nothing. There's only Zack and Ash watching over us as we head back to where Becca parked her car. If I'm expecting to see something or someone there, I try not to let it show. Try not to think of the tiny pinpricks of fear crawling at the pit of my stomach.
See you guys some other time.
Yeah, see ya.
Another glance, and with a final wave, we go off our own ways. I don't know what I saw. I don't know what I heard. I don't want to know. And if this is what would help me sleep tonight, what would give back that normalcy in my life, then so be it. Oh. It's the next day. The darkness closes around me, grasping, pulling, engulfing me. The ground caves in, and without warning, I'm falling. My eyes snap open. I want that plushie. It's a cat with wings. It's a bat cat. Oh, I want that one as well. I'm not so much into her diet, but yes, the plushies I want. Definitely. Oh, slightly sleepy. Sorry about that. For an instant, it doesn't immediately register where I am. Both my back and shoulders ache after I've fallen asleep while hunched up in the night before. Drenched in sweat, the nest of pillows I often keep around me feels more suffocating than comforting. What? That sounds awful. I let my eyes adjust to the bright morning light streaming through my window and allow my breathing to slow down before untangling myself from the pile. I haven't had a single dream since coming to Luxport, or at least none I can recall having. Why is there just clothes everywhere, and Why are there 3 X's on that shirt? It's a shame, because they used to be so vivid. Not the crazy vivid, but more the pleasant kind I'll tell my siblings about. Maybe it's just the stress of living alone. The knowledge that I'll always wake up in an empty apartment with no one to tell stories to.
What time is it?
Habit forces me to look over at the clock, even with the soreness weighing heavily on my shoulders and the compulsion to never leave my bed for the day. In a heartbeat, I'm
Oh
up.
man, of all the times to oversleep! Towel? Towel? Where's my towel?
I mean, I would say it's probably in the dresser, but looking at the state of this place, it could probably be anywhere. Check the bathroom, maybe? Admittedly, it's a weekend, as an unspoken rule that entitles me to a few extra hours of sleep. But if Rose didn't kill me yesterday, she sure as hell will now. And right after what happened, oh lord, 1 box of donuts as peace offering won't be enough for the second time around. Grabbing my towel, I'm already a few short steps away from the bathroom when a muffled ringing breaks out from my bag. There's a moment of indecision at first, my mind conflicted whether I should just ignore it or answer it. But what if it's Rose? Or worse, our boss? Oh, sheesh. In the end, the rational part of my brain wins out. The letters from yesterday peeks out when I pulled the device out. Just the sight of it is enough to put me in a foul mood, and it takes every force of will for me to ignore it in favor of answering the call. The caller ID reads Mama.
Huh?
It's around 4:45 p.m. in the Philippines right now.
That's an unusual time for them to call.
Indeed. Usually it's around noontime here, and I'm the one calling, not the other way around. Better for them to use that money on something else than an international call. Regardless, in the most cheerful tone I can gather.
Hello?
Hello? Grace? How are you?
Wait, Grace?
Mama! I'm doing okay. How are you guys over there?
Huh?
We're good. EJ won a storytelling contest at school the other week. Brought home a medal. I thought you should know.
There's a tired lilt in her voice as she speaks. It's been there since Papa had to leave his job. I wish there was something I could do for her. But from miles away like this, the least I'm able to do is not make her worry. If only my older brother would actually lend a hand, but Lord knows if that'll ever happen. Odds are Queer Jordan's already out drinking right now. Again. I can't count on my older sisters either, knowing that she has a family of her own and, well, Aunt Anne's financial situation isn't exactly great right now, having ran herself knee-deep in debt.
Great! That's great! Tell him congratulations from me. And let him know I'm gonna send him a little something extra this Christmas. How about Nico? Karen? Michael?
How many
I hope they're
siblings
okay.
does she have?
They're doing well. They wanted to talk to you, but they're all busy with school.
Oh no, that's fine. I don't want to bother them. Just tell them to keep doing their best for me. I'll just call back when I know they're not busy. And
Yeah.
Papa? How's Papa doing?
It's a subject I'm a bit hesitant to broach. From the way Mama's voice hitches, she doesn't want to bring it up either.
Papa. Grace, he's having a little difficulty right now. Weak appetite, he's having trouble swallowing, and lost a few pounds. But the doctor said we should keep encouraging him. It just means his body's accepting his new treatment well. The money you sent last time helped a lot to pay for it, by the way.
Oh, I see. That's good.
I won't deny that life's gotten tougher for our family. It used to be easy back when Papa was in good shape, but ever since he was diagnosed with a sickness 5 years ago, he's been unable to provide for us. Now, the burden of feeding 8 mouths and settling Papa's bills all rest on my shoulders. Although Mama makes a little accepting sewing and laundry jobs in our neighborhood, it's scarcely enough to cover the costs of day-to-day living, let alone the bloating hospital bills. We can't even expect help from our own government because the health insurance there barely covers anything.
I'm sure he'll get better soon. Is he well enough to talk? Do you think I'll be able to speak to him, Ma?
Silence. I start to think that the call got cut until...
Listen, Grace.
Whoa.
Maybe it's better if we transfer Papa to a different hospital. Somewhere cheaper?
What? Why? Did something happen? Is it the deposit issue again? Give me the hospital's number. I'll talk to them.
No, it's nothing bad. The service here is good. Too good. Even the doctors. But I'm worried you're working yourself to the ground because of it.
Mama, we've been through this before. I want the best for Papa.
And that's why we're going to the murder mansion.
And don't worry about the bills or the medicine, or me for that matter. I can handle myself. Everything's going well here. In fact, we're about to close a large sale.
Hopefully. If not, then I'll find another way. She doesn't need to know that. Sorry, Mama. You taught me not to lie, yet look at what I'm doing.
I'll have money to send over soon to cover the rest of Papa's treatment. And there's more than enough for Karen, Nico, Michael, and EJ's school tuition, too.
Oh, good lord, there's a lot of
Thank
siblings.
you so much, dear. I appreciate it. We all do.
Yeah,
But
that's a lot of costs.
I just wish you'd come home to us soon.
Oh, that's probably not happening, because, you know, murder mansion. I keep bringing it up, but, you know, it's a thing. Ah, Kailanka Ui? When are you coming home? EJ the youngest used to be the only person asking me that. How do you respond to a question you don't have a definite answer to? 5 years later, and I still can't give them a straight one. I smile though Mama can't see it. I fight to keep my lips from quivering, my voice from shaking. She's got enough on her plate as it is. No need to weigh her down with unnecessary concerns.
Promise me you'll be there to welcome me when I do, okay?
Of course. I'm sorry, Grace. I need to take this for a while.
There's a small commotion on the other end, the sound of gates opening, the voice of a child, EJ talking excitedly about his day at school, the tapping of feet on the floorboards as he runs. It's been years since I went home, but I can still picture the whole scene in my mind. How tall is he now? Are the neighborhood kids bullying him now that I'm not around? Did Mama rearrange the furniture in the living room again? What are they having for dinner today? I miss them. I miss them so much.
It's okay, Ma. I need to go too. I've got work today. I'll call again soon, alright?
On a Saturday? Oh, never mind. Take care of yourself, dear. I love you.
I love you. Bye.
It ends with a soft click, leaving half-truths and empty promises hanging in the air. Closing my eyes for a moment, I take a deep breath and shake away the thoughts beginning to swim inside my head. It's pointless to mull over these things right now.
Okay, Isabella. Time to get that mansion sold.
Unfortunately, before I can take a single step away from my phone, it rings again. No doubt Mama forgot to say something.
Mama? Did you forget anything?
Excuse you? I'm too young to be your mom. Are you still sleeping?
Yep, I am indeed.
Hold on, never mind that. Get yourself in the office. Hurry!
Yep, on my way.
What about the open house? Oh no. Is it Sir John? Did he hear about yesterday? Am I in trouble?
Sir John? What? Okay.
Oh god, oh god, oh god! I'm gonna get yelled at, aren't I? What do? I'll buy you an extra box of donuts if...
No, it's nothing like that. Will you calm down?
Probably
Get
not.
yourself here, alright? I'll tell you everything then.
Okie dokie. There's a telltale din of several feet shuffling against wooden flooring and an indistinct yelling in the background before Rose cuts the connection. That isn't in any way comforting, but it's enough reason for me to hastily discard my phone and finish my shower in record time. I make it to our office within 20 minutes of leaving my apartment, completely disheveled and out of breath. A feat if I take into account my usual travel time. Routine clamor common to Briar Realty Corporation looks for an office greets me as soon as my foot crosses the threshold. Paper rustling, telephones ringing at sporadic intervals, agents talking at varying volumes, staff moving about.
Where the hell is C? Where are my employees?
Oh, ho, ho.
What the actual fuck, guys? Of all the times to disappear without notice.
Well, I don't think I would enjoy the company of Sir John. My boss's words turn muffled as someone else closes the door to his office, likely the work of our HR manager. Throughout the past weeks, he's been in a bad mood over a few employees who have failed to report to work. I hear they're still trying to get a hold of them, but to no avail. The result is half their workload has been shifted to all available staff as to not lose clients. Not that I mind the extra work. If anything, it means I'll have more money to send to my family back home. Although the rumors of a branch closure circulating because of this is indeed a bit worrisome. My bag barely touches the top of my table when Rose pulls me aside.
Here, I need you to help me with these papers. If you could also get these signed and photocopied before lunch today, that would be great.
One after another, she thrusts a bunch of paperwork in my hands without explanation. A page flutters away from the top of the pile, and I lean down to pick it up, my eyes scanning the top of the page as I straighten. A purchase and sales agreement. Rose simply gestures her thumb in the direction of our visitors' lounge when I tilt my head in question. There, seated on the sofa, looking completely out of place in the humbly decorated room, is the same couple from the day before, the Wrights. Something bubbles up in my throat. Their presence in the office can only mean one
They're
thing.
buying it? We got a deal?
She swats my hand, tugging her sleeve. Eh? Oh, she swats at my hand, tugging her sleeve, although her eyes are alight with something akin to joy. If I'm tugging at her sleeve, it's like... because she's wearing a short-armed shirt, so... Why? Okay, I'm not gonna question it, but that seems like an odd thing to do. I mean, it would be odd even if it was a long-sleeved shirt, but... even more so, I feel, since it's short-sleeved. Am I the only one? I don't know. She wants this sale to happen as much as I do, and now that it's here, the deal needs to be closed yet. Documents need to be signed still, but the elation is there, along with a foreboding feeling I can't
I had to do a little
point.
damage control, but they're already interested in acquiring the property, even before they attended the open house. I mean, isn't it obvious? They already hired an interior designer. I've never seen a buyer as aggressive as Madam Wright. She didn't even try to negotiate a lower rate.
I mean, that's slightly suspicious though, isn't it? I feel like that's suspicious.
One at a time, Rose. I can't process everything you're saying at once. What do you mean?
They're paying 15% higher than the listing price, as long as we get the paperwork done as soon as possible.
Wow.
I think if we allow it, they'll be paying up front too.
Even with that urban legend? Oh, I was so sure we lost the sale after yesterday.
Don't look so surprised. We still have to conduct some last few checks before we completely hand it over to them.
Please. I'll happily do the paperwork duty, Rose. I'll even go to the land registry myself and make sure the property changes hands with every single legal blessing.
Ah, yes, very good. Don't they have better things to spend money on? Yes, murder mansions doesn't seem like the best or highest priority anyone with money should have. But what do I know? I'd haggle it down to the lowest possible price if I were in their place, especially with the stories attached to it. Not that my opinion matters one bit here. We're just their agents who are going to receive the hefty commission after all, nothing more. Rose gives me a pat on the shoulder, signaling that she's heading back to them, and an unspoken instruction for me to follow after I'm done. It doesn't take me long to finish the work she left me. In fact, having our boss sign the agreement is the easiest, since it has put him in a better mood to the entire office reliefs. Ma'am Hannah calls me over at the moment she notices my presence at the lounge door. Her lips are twisted in a frown. She doesn't seem particularly happy to see me, and I'm not surprised. No, because her husband touched your shoulder, and apparently that's some great big thing. Well, he did also call her Little Lily, was it? Maybe that has some sort of a meaning to it that we don't know. That's what pissing her off so much? Like, it doesn't seem like such a huge thing, but apparently it is, or it was. Who wouldn't be? I almost created a scene. That's not what she's angry about, though, is it? I mean, it seemed like she got angry after he... Anyway, I don't know. Mr. Wright, however...
Why, if it isn't the little Lily? I trust you're feeling well now.
It's Isabella, sir, not Lily. I appreciate your concern. I'm feeling better now.
I don't really understand why they can't get my name right. It's a fairly common name. It shouldn't be too hard to remember. Also, like... Hannah calling her Isabel instead of Isabella, like, that's kind of understandable enough. It's very close, but Lily and Isabella, there's nothing similar there. Regardless, I hand him their copy of the agreement.
I believe I can take that. Thank you very much.
Oh wow. With how elegantly she plucks the paper off my hands, it's easy to think that there isn't any trace of irritation in her. But it is there, radiating in her stiff stance, the way she's standing at a fair distance from her husband, and how the two look to be ignoring each other. Oh yeah, they've got a great marriage, don't they? Yep, fantastic marriage. Seeing this scene, it soon becomes clear to me that I'm not the one who has put her in a bad mood. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine so. Did they fight? Most probably. You don't say. I've seen it happen dozens of times with our previous clients. It's a shame, especially with their new mansion. I never did like it when my own mama and papa fight. I hope they'll make up soon. Apparently satisfied with what she's seen, Ma'am Hannah clasps her hand together before extending it to us for a shake. Rose and I release the breath we've been holding, both of us more than happy to return the
That
gesture.
settles it then?
Are you really sure about this property, ma'am? We could easily find you a bigger one among our current listings. Something with a modern touch?
Why is she trying to... Isabella makes no sense! Something not haunted, perhaps? Rose shoots me a warning glance that clearly says do not make a scene, we're almost there.
Of course, why wouldn't I be? The house is absolutely perfect, isn't it, darling?
Ah, yes, it's got the wine cellar. 7 to 11,000 bottles of wine.
A helipad would still be a nice addition.
I mean, I'm sure you can install one on the outside. It doesn't have to be in the... well, on the house, does it?
Yes, well, we'll get there eventually, love. As I was saying, if your partner had the documents yesterday, we would have bought it right there immediately.
Wonderful.
Shame she didn't have it.
Well, there's still a few necessary documents we need you to sign after, but we'll let you know once we have those finalized. We'll be handling the process for the rest, so don't worry about it, ma'am.
Not a fan of murder mysteries. Now, I had to watch the entirety of And Then There Were None. Oh, I don't know that, unfortunately. Welcome back, Mundle. No deaths yet, but... I'm sure we'll get to it soon enough.
Within a week, I hope.
We had a nightmare of someone calling to us, whispering, "Help me, please," and stuff. It was kind of creepy.
We still have a housewarming party to plan after all.
Disappointing.
You know how much thought to be put into those things.
I mean, isn't it nice that you haven't missed them? You'll see the deaths yet.
There are servants for that, darling.
Ah, yes, servants.
Love, servants or not, you're going to make people listen to your input nonetheless.
Where's the knife? I'll help things get into motion. Ah, yes, Mundle is here to help us along.
No more than a week, ma'am. Barring unexpected delay, of course. You can leave it to us.
Yes, leave it to us. That smile is a bit demonic as well, like.
Excellent. Well then, I'll leave you two to it. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Oh, and before we forget...
She discreetly folds something into both our hands and winks, a finger raised to her lips, demanding our silence.
What happened the day before was quite unfortunate. But you did get us what we wanted in the end.
Okay, sure.
That, at the very least, is commendable.
But this is... Ma'am, I can't accept this.
Don't you worry, darling. It's a small thing coming from us.
Oh, I don't doubt that.
Consider this your bonus for a job well done.
Ah, yes, thank you for a bonus. She smiles sweetly like this is simply the most normal thing to do in the world.
Oh, before I forget, my lovely interior designer would appreciate it if you hand her a copy of the floor plan as soon as possible. She's dying to work on the house.
She'll be dying working in the house as well. Oh no.
You can do that, yes? Here's her contact.
Certainly, ma'am. We'll have it processed as soon as possible.
I knew I could count on you, lovelies. I hope to see you two soon so we can get this closed.
Yep. Yes, indeed. Just like that, transaction over and done with. My mind's still reeling after they've left. Other agents would kill to have clients like them. A part of me feels lucky about the fact no lengthy negotiations, no sudden change of minds, just talking, signatures, a few handshakes here and there, and we're done. The other part? A second ago, we sold a haunted property to 2 innocent clients. Sure, the commission's big. Big enough to continue funding Papa's treatments and hospitalization. Big enough to pay for all 4 of my younger siblings' schooling. Heck, it'll keep me away from instant noodle diet for months. I don't have to go back to the mansion as well once the deal has been closed, much to my sanity's relief. But knowing that something's in there and we gave it to the good couple despite that? Ah, Isabella, the things you do to sell a house and get money. Papa won't be happy with that. We might be in Japan after all. Oh, are we? At least I have good news to tell next time I call home. The little lie I told Mama this morning isn't a lie anymore.
Well, there's something.
Something indeed.
So how does it feel?
How does what feel?
Your first big multi-million-pound sale, silly. I know you've been with us for years, but this has got to be memorable for you.
At least if you look at that little robot on the right. True, but then again, it could just be like, you know, merch for something. I still want to do one of those murder by mail mysteries. Oh, yeah, that looks so fun. I want to as well. That looks absolutely awesome. I kind of feel like it's in Britain since it's pounds and stuff, and they do seem to have like, I don't feel like they're authentic British accents, but they seem to kind of be British accents, and Miss McCullough really reminds me of like an Irish accent, like Aisling B, but again, not really maybe authentic, but something close to that for most of them. And we might also be in Northern Ireland. Yeah, I'm wondering. Memorable is an understatement, Rose.
Come on, show some enthusiasm. They gave us a bonus too, aside from the commission and the other bonus boss promised.
True.
What are you gonna do with it?
I don't know. Send it home, probably?
All of it?
Not everything, of course. Most of it. I'll leave some for my living expenses.
How much did they leave in the envelope?
Listen
Well, keep
here,
them in the
Isabella.
envelope.
I'll teach you something I should have told you before we ended your training.
She slings an arm over my shoulder and leans in closer to my ear as though she's about to share a big
It's
secret.
okay to celebrate from time to time.
I mean, in her case, sending the money home is probably a celebration in of itself.
I don't get it.
It's simple. Go out, do something for yourself. Throw a party and treat your friends to free food. Didn't you say the last one's some sort of tradition back at home for you? Hello, this is
yes.
practically a done deal.
A done deal indeed.
Isn't throwing a party a bit excessive?
I would say so, yes. You seem to have better ways to spend money, I'm gonna be honest.
Your call. I won't say no to an invitation, by the way, in case you really are planning to throw one. A few drinks would be nice too, thank you very much.
You've got your own money. Do your own celebration if you want one so much.
I don't think my apartment's big enough for that.
You could always move? Bloody hell, you're working in real estate.
Yes. Does that mean that I get rent discounted? Because I feel like it doesn't.
I think I'll pass. That's too much of an unnecessary expense for me. But I did promise Becca free lunch in case the sale goes well.
Ah, yes, Becca, who is angry with us.
You go do that. Hold on a sec.
She quickly removes herself from me to answer the phone on her desk. Her tone shifts from playful to professional in the span of a few seconds.
Today? Not a problem, ma'am. I could bring you a copy of the contract if...
Must be another client. Nothing surprising there. She's one of BRC's top agents, no matter how modest she appears. A saleswoman through and through. I, on the other hand, have very little knack for it. Of course, I learned eventually. I had to. But someone else will, without a doubt, do a better job. Once, though, in a drunken stupor, Rose told me a story of what could have been. Years ago, wide-eyed, young and brimming with yet-to-be fulfilled dreams and ambitions, she was a term or two away from a nursing degree. Out of courtesy, I never pressed her on the matter further, but perhaps it's where her sense of fondness started. A small connection due to one similar experience in our respective lives, of goals we both let pass by because of the circumstances we're in.
I'd be happy to discuss this over tea, ma'am. All right, I'll be there. Thank you.
Fantastic.
New client?
Reassigned.
Oh.
Have you heard from Mark at all?
Not since the first visit to the mansion.
Yeah, so people from this... I was wondering when they mentioned it earlier, but they did go missing. Presumably because they were at the mansion. They went missing after having been there, I'm guessing, so... Yep.
Why? No news from the HR yet?
None at all. Boss thinks he ran away.
No, he's dead.
I doubt it, though. He's too much of a wimp for that. There must be another reason. Who knows?
Who knows indeed.
Anyway, I've got to meet this one. I'll see
Hello,
you later.
Sam. Welcome. How are you doing? Hello, hello. She throws a wave over her shoulder as she rushes out of the office. The lunchtime bell sounds shortly after, followed by the chatter of fellow agents also heading out for a much-needed break. Ordinarily, there's no need for me to go out, but oversleeping didn't allow me the luxury of packing my own lunch today, if one considers taking an instant noodle cup from my pantry packing your lunch. No, I don't consider it that. Time to go make good on the promise I made to Becca, I suppose. Maybe invite Zach and Ash too? Found some cherries. Did indeed, yeah. I'm good. I just got back from crazy golf. Oh, what was crazy about it? In the end, only Becca and Zach could come. Ash, on the other hand, couldn't be reached. All of my calls went straight to his voice. Mail, I'm assuming. He's at it again, right here today, gone the next day. Oh well, his loss. We have agreed to meet at a nearby cafe, the one I frequent with Becca because it's cheap and they give away free bread around closing time. Quaint little old-fashioned, though, looks a wee bit out of place amidst the city's tall buildings, but we love it all the same. It was a pirate theme. Oh, that sounds fun. Much like its facade, the interior carries an antiquated charm to it. Vintage art pieces and row of shelves boasting extensive collections of books covers the walls. It would be nice to hang out here for hours on end, but even on a weekend, the place is packed with people. Thankfully, Becca and Zach have already found seats and are engaged in some casual chatter when I arrive. It's strange seeing the two of them without Ash accompanying the other. They've never been particularly close. Sure, they talk when they meet, laugh at the same things when there's something funny, but there's distance. The kind born purely out of differing interests. That, or Zach's simply afraid of Becca. Logical conclusion. It's not impossible, and I won't blame him if he is. He might be the tallest in our group, but everyone knows that it means nothing against Becca's temper. Even I am a little scared of her.
Zach! Becca!
Well, you seem to be in a better mood today. What happened? I know that smile, Belle. Come on, still.
Don't rush me. Let's order food first, okay?
A waitress comes by to take our order. On a normal day, me and Becca will order a hearty serving of their special vegetarian stovies. Zach takes anything with a good helping of meat, sausages, or potatoes in it. But today's a good day. Great even. It's not wrong to indulge a little, right?
Today's special. For the three of us.
Even the person jotting down our orders looks surprised at today's meal choice. She writes it, nevertheless, and leaves without a comment. Becca furrows her eyebrows, her mouth halfway open, ready to let loose what's likely a string of reprimands.
Don't worry. It's my treat.
The glare she sends my way reminds me of the one I received from Mama when I punched a kid bullying my younger brother 18 years ago. Naturally, I never did it again after she made me apologize the next day, but Becca's far from being my mom. A small sheepish grin is enough to turn that frown into a defeated sigh. Food arrives in the middle of a funny story from Zach, putting the rest of the conversation on hold as we are each served our order. It isn't anything fancy. A pan-roasted sea bass with citrus dressing, asparagus, and a portion of mashed potatoes on the side. Or at least that's what the daily specials board say. Looks good. Yeah. I never did pay any attention to it whenever I come here, since they price whatever's written way above what I'm willing to spend on food on a single day.
Oh, good. I'm so hungry, I think I'm dying.
Oh, you're probably dying. You don't know it yet, but you probably are, and it's not gonna be because of food.
You're always hungry.
Hey, not all the time.
Let me guess. You skipped breakfast again.
Well, I'm sure it was about time for a save anyways.
Not on purpose. I may have overslept by a few seconds today.
Ah, yes, a few seconds.
Right then. Stop stalling, Isabella. What's this about?
Let us say, Rebecca. She wouldn't be inviting us out if it wasn't worth hearing out.
No, you know, really.
Well, we're waiting.
I'm treating you guys to a once-in-a-century thing.
An expectant grin breaks out in my face, except...
I'm sorry, say that again.
And this is important because...
Becca only raises an eyebrow at me while Zach appears like he didn't get the punchline to another lame joke Ash made and is desperately searching for someone to explain it. Oh, bummer. Maybe I should rephrase it. Ash is not here, so we should celebrate. My instant noodle days are over. We're gonna go for that.
Let me do that again.
Wait, whose relationship did that? Okay. Oh, we've almost got... Well... She got a lot more mad at us yesterday than what she liked us for now. We're doing good with Zachary and Ash. Oh boy, okay, right. Okay, let me do that again.
Guess what, guys? I'm paying! I sold the house!
As the news sinks in, their expressions goes from sheer bewilderment to utter surprise. That's more like it.
You heard me right, ladies and gentlemen. As of today, I'm Maria Isabella Grace Cruz Santos and free from my instant noodle binge.
That's a name.
Seriously?
Hold it, Belle. You sold the house?
Yep, all by my lonesome.
Yep.
Which house is this? In Anselm Village? The one with the open house yesterday?
The one and only. Come on, Becca. I know you've got a better memory than that.
Oh, wow. That's...
She lets out a hum, although she's nodding. She gives the impression of someone who has heard something unbelievable and is still forcing her brain to absorb it. Did you think we wouldn't be able to sell it? Have some faith in me, Becca. Am I not your best friend or what?
You don't believe me?
The words tumble out of my mouth before I could stop them. I've been trying to avoid bringing up yesterday's little spat, and judging from the looks of their faces, it seems they are too. Me and my stupid mouth.
I'm sure it ain't the way you're thinking, Bella.
Oh, okay, that was actually just a misclick, but sure, we'll save it again.
No, I do believe you. But don't you think the sale happened a bit too fast? The open house only started yesterday, and now you already have a buyer?
Yeah, it's a bit weird. I also think it's a bit weird. Does no one else find it strange? Like,
it happens from time to time.
Does it happen with this expensive of a house, though? Like a mansion?
Yeah, but look, I'm happy for you. Just yesterday, you've been really worried where to get money for your dad's new treatment. And now, all of a sudden, you have something.
Yep.
What if the sale doesn't push through, or I don't know, they're a fraud, or they suddenly back out?
Yeah, that would be unfortunate, wouldn't it?
Isn't it a little too early to celebrate?
Rebecca does have a point, Bella. If you haven't closed the deal yet, there's still a chance they'll go back on it.
Also true.
They don't seem like it to me. The lady appeared to really want it, and she approached me without even finishing the tour.
Pressured me into it is more like. But I'm not going to tell Becca about that. Knowing her, she'd only worry.
And she already hired someone to handle the house's interior design.
You're joking. Who would do that?
Ah, I guess rich people.
the rights, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually pretty funny. She's a bit too excited to get the property, she forgot to buy it.
I mean, something seems off though, doesn't it? Come on.
At any rate, they've already signed the agreement today, so it's just a matter of time.
It feels very off to me. Like, this isn't normal. And I don't... Why is Isabella not reacting to any of this? Surely something has to be, like, if she just looks deep, deep, deep inside her. Surely there's something telling her that something, somehow, somewhere in all this might be just a little bit amiss. Plus, you know, murder mansion, so...
And don't tell anyone about this, but Ma'am Hannah also gave us something extra.
Something as in...
Money. Yes, illegal money.
As in, it's why I can treat you two to a free meal.
I mean, it's not free, you're treating them.
I'm more surprised you accepted it.
Yeah,
She
you don't
didn't
say.
really give us a choice in the matter. So don't lose sleep over this, okay? The couple really want the house.
We shall see. I still feel like there's something off about them, and I also... My theory is that Ashton is investigating them, and that's why he was at the open house.
If Rose didn't stop them, they'd likely have paid up front for it yesterday. That's despite the legends, too. I even tried to show them the letter. But nope. I want this house, darling. Go take all our money.
Yeah, that's how it happened. Yep.
You don't really think they believe that, do you? I'm pretty sure for them, those are just rumors as well. No one is that superstitious in this day and age, Belle.
Well, I mean, apparently I am, so...
Well, there's you.
Yep.
Right. You know what? I'll just eat all of these by myself.
I begin to gather their plates to my side. The food in each is still untouched. A laugh almost escapes my mouth with the way Zach's expression quickly changes to disappointment. Becca's hand interrupts me just as I'm about to pull her plate closer to me.
I'm kidding. Don't go all pouty on me again.
Oh, I'll try not to, but it's very, very difficult to not.
I'm just concerned you'll get hurt if this doesn't happen. I know how badly you want to close this deal for your papa.
Yep.
I'm sure he's gonna be fine now, though, with the money. They don't know yet. I think I'll call them tomorrow. Let them know things will be easier.
Sounds like a good
Mama
plan.
said this morning he's showing progress with the new treatment, too. It's just a matter of time.
I allow myself to smile, genuine and uninhabited. It's strange talking about this with other people, even those who have known you long enough, but today things simply feel a whole lot lighter with them here. Lunch passes in an enjoyable fashion. A laugh here, a playful jab there, most of it is spent on catching up and telling stories about whatever's keeping us busy these days. Something we couldn't afford to do the day before, taking into account what happened. Even Becca is surprisingly chatty. Is there something in the sea bass we ate? Zach, though, appears less energetic. While he's far from being the life of the party, he's definitely not the type to keep quiet in a conversation with his friends. Apart from a few inputs, he's been silent the entire time. If Becca notices...
Are you sure you're not feeling under the weather, Zachary?
Huh? No,
I'm
I'm
guessing
okay.
she noticed.
No worries, Rebecca.
Doesn't sound okay to me.
It's okay. I might be feeling a little bummed out today, but I'm sure this will pass.
I hope so, Zach.
Is it about the reviews this morning?
Oh no! Did he get bad reviews? A pained expression crosses Zach's face, and almost immediately Becca retreats in her inquiry as though the man's look is enough for an answer for her. I look between the two of them. Did I miss something? What happened this morning? Did I stumble on a big secret? This is why I don't like waking up late.
You heard about those, huh?
Sorry, I just happened to check on some sites this morning.
Nah, it's a very sensitive topic in the first place. I should have expected it.
What reviews?
Becca glances at Zach, her emotions unsure, Ice asking for his consent on the matter. Although there's a small desire to keep asking on my part, I don't dare to voice it out. With Zach, it has always been better to wait, let him speak on his own. Becca too, to some extent, although with her Explosions of temper are more common. In the end, he simply answers with a shift of his shoulders, gesturing for her to go on with a tilt of his head.
It's his movie.
That doesn't explain anything. Stop dangling the information, Becca.
I mean, we have enough of information to piece things together, don't we, Isabella? Do we really need her to spell it out that he got bad reviews? Do we really need to do that to him? He's obviously feeling bad enough about it.
Zachary, I'm not the one supposed to be telling her about this. It's still your documentary.
Oh, it was a documentary.
Is it something bad?
People were walking around in chained collars. What kind of documentary is it on?
Not bad per se. You guys don't need to dwell on it much.
Dwell on what exactly? What do we not need to dwell on?
Bad? Listen here. I wouldn't trivialize what those bowheads wrote if I were you. They're ruining other people's jobs.
Ooh. From how her tone rises in anger, it seems like she's the one slighted and not Zach. A snicker escapes me, which I promptly stamp down as soon as she sends me a hard look.
This isn't a laughing matter, Isabella. Some bowbag just insulted him.
Oh.
Calm down, Rebecca. Those are just reviews, and it happens a lot.
I mean, that doesn't make it any nicer, though.
I do not ken about you two, but calling the entire film an out-and-out drivel, you're better off watching an educational kids' TV show, and worst 1.5 hour of my life, among other things, isn't exactly a critique any decent movie reviewer would say.
I mean, she's got a point. Yeah, that doesn't sound very professional. Hang on, I'm just gonna check the time real quick. Okay.
If you could call that a critique, did we even watch the same film?
I mean, we weren't really paying attention, so who knows, to be fair. We weren't paying attention to it at all. And, like, Zach knows it, sure, but Ash and Isabella surely didn't. So they just have no clue what the film is about at all.
Well, maybe
yeah.
I ain't cut out for it. Better stick with my photography or something.
Rebecca does slightly remind me of you. Interesting. Just a tiny bit. Interesting. I mean, she seems fierce enough, so yeah, I'll take it.
If nothing else, this helped me open my eyes to what I can and can't do.
No! I'm sure your documentary was great. So how does she remind me? No, remind you of me. I can't talk today. I apparently just can't. I don't know the difference between, well, yeah, a bit taller though. We don't even know her height. You don't know that.
You're giving up.
It wasn't a question.
It was just something experimental I did on my free time anyway. It's no big deal.
I mean, if you're that bummed about it, I think it is, though.
But you worked on it for months.
Also, why is his jumper, like, that's really white, like, really shiny? Why? What kind of fabric is that shiny? Because it seems to just be cloth, some kind of. Anywho. How she reminds you of me? What? No, how she reminds you of me. Like, how Rebecca reminds Mundell of Natalie. Oh.
Doesn't look like it matters for those people.
Well, those people are probably idiots. My palm strikes the table, sending the tableware on top clinking against each other. I didn't even notice when I rose from my seat. Oh wow. But here I am, chest heaving, looking down at him in the same manner a teacher would at an unruly student. Becca's probably proud. I didn't mean to yell, but there are some things people like Zach aren't supposed to say. How exasperating. He, of all people, should know!
It's just a review.
That how exasperating. I said that really monotone as well. I feel like that really captured the essence of the sentence. Hard to describe. Gotcha.
Except they're pretty well-known critics.
They're probably still idiots.
Why does that matter? They aren't the ones calling the shots on this. Isn't that why they have a committee? Right, Becca?
An amused gleam is in her eyes when I turn to her. What does she find so entertaining here? Help me here! Your friend is about to quit his passion for a petty reason. I haven't read what those people wrote about his work, but a few scathing words shouldn't be enough to discourage someone. I should know. After all, I'm...
Failing means you're playing, Zach.
Yep, you really sold that exasperation. Exactly. It's what I do. I'm such a
Not
good
that I'm saying
actress.
it's bad. I've seen it from start to finish, and I know for myself what you created isn't something people should scoff at. I don't know anything about filming or photography. Hell, I don't have an inkling of artistry in me except for those doodles I make for class. But
Okay.
I know what I watched.
Well, you should. You watched it.
Look at Isabella. It's not every day you see her all riled up like this.
True. Probably. I don't really know. Whatever I'm about to say gets lost on my tongue as a flash of embarrassment blooms across my face.
It was a heat of the moment thing. And anyway, I'll be very angry with you if you quit.
Ah, yes. If you quit, I'll be cross with ya.
What about the exhibit?
What exhibit?
Classified information.
Oh.
Even if I bring you your favorite tonight?
Oh.
Nope, not a chance.
Oh, come on! I thought we aren't supposed to have secrets.
Hey, everyone's allowed secrets. Sometimes you want to surprise someone with something and then you need to keep it a secret. It's okay, you'll probably find out in time.
Thanks, you two. I might need some time alone to myself for a while. Just to think about things, how I'll go from here, that sort of stuff.
Fair enough. Think things over. That's actually kind of hard to say. Think things over. Think things over. Anyways. And yet I don't think any of this helped him. I mean, no. No, not really.
Yeah, I'm not quitting, Bella. Don't give me that face.
There's no face at all. Only a poor imitation of puppy dog eyes, if you could call this one.
Promise?
I'll be damned if I break any promise I make to you guys.
Well,
Besides, you're right. It's too early to say anything right now. What's night ain't for another week?
and that's all the answer I need from him. As sentimental as it sounds, there's fulfillment in knowing another person you know won't take the same path you walked. It's not like it's over for me, though. I still have time. I could still come back, do my own thing, do what I really want to do. Surely once Papa recovers, once I'm done with everything, inside my bag, my phone buzzes unexpectedly, breaking the pleasant afternoon lull. The screen shows Rose.
Hey, Isabel. You at the office?
Ha ha. Very funny, Rose. I'm hanging up.
Constructive criticism, people. Why does no one ever do that? Yeah, it doesn't turn up as often as it should.
Don't, I'm kidding.
I would assume so. I mean, you probably should know my actual name.
BRC says the floor plan copies
Wow.
are ready for Miss McCullough to pick up.
Her name. Fantastic. She states that as if it already explains everything. Well, it kind of does. Find a way to bring it to Miss McCullough. Then, out of the blue, she launches a long rant about those awful state of Luxburn streets. All of which she says in a single breath that I can barely keep up with and make out a single word. I stay quiet, if only to avoid becoming the next object of her frustration. She's similar to Becca in that
Stuck
regard.
in horrendous traffic right now. Bloody stupid drivers.
Ah, yes, I know about those. When she has finally run out of things to complain about and stops, what she says next still has none of what I'm hoping to hear from her. Just a quick mumbled plea for me to meet her at the Wright's interior designer in her stead, and then...
Anyway, I'll leave it to you. Bye. Thanks.
Fantastic. Classic Rose. She ends the call without even asking for my input. So she basically had a phone call with herself. The sky is cloudless and the noontime sun is beating down on the hard concrete when we leave the cafe. It's far from unbearable, but enough to put most people in a fickle mood or make them vulnerable to catching something. How long did we stay in the cafe? Because that was a lunch break. I feel like we might have taken some liberties with how long of a lunch break that was. No wonder we have staff members going AWOL lately. Not to mention my boss is a mercurial moods? Mercurial? Is that how you pronounce that? I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want our usual cloudy weather back. For all the gripes about unpredictable weather though, the streets of Luxbourne remain constantly busy. The hurried tapping of shoes against the pavement and inane chatter coming from the lunchtime crowd fill the humid afternoon air. A small reminder of the things we still have to do, regardless of how much I want to return to the comfort of my bed. Back to Briar Realty for me, Zach to a meeting with a magazine publisher featuring luxury houses, and Becca to her lesson plans and books at home. But more than once I catch her sneaking a longing glance over something displayed at the shop window. Did she want to buy something? Maybe I can get it for her for Christmas. I turn my head at the last shop she checked out. A fleeting glimpse. The world stills. She looks at me, eyes hollow, gaze piercing and boring into my very soul like a set of chains to keep my whole body still. Definitely Britain, usual cloudy weather. Yep, definitely. Ah, this is lovely. There are no shadows or whispers this time, only a plea, a hum, low and indistinct, compelling me, beckoning me, intent on dragging me to the void beyond the glass. Help me. I don't dare move. My heart hammers against my ribs, each beat, every thump screaming at me to look away, to make a run for it. But I can't. I couldn't. All of my limbs feel heavy while my own breathing strains in the face of her calls. Help me.
Leave me alone.
Her mouth is stretched in a grin, wide and unpleasant. The panic building up in my chest forces me to take a tentative step back. I try not to stare at the decaying flesh, the blood streaming from the gaping wounds in her arms or her nailless fingers. I don't want this. Not like this. Not after I got what I want for Papa.
No, stop. Leave me alone.
Her face contorts and she lets out a wail, sharp and utterly unforgiving. Rage. There's only hatred and bitterness, as the very notion of turning away from her is an offense in itself.
Please! I don't want this!
Before I know it, I'm stumbling backwards, my own throat hoarse from the screams I didn't even notice are already coming out from my mouth. The back of my feet catches on some loose stone, sending me sprawling on the ground. The resulting pain completely jolts me out of the haze, blurring my mind. For a little while my surroundings appear unfamiliar, until Becca's face swims into my vision. A look of concern is on her face, and her hands are gripping my arms tight. When even Zach appears beside himself with worry while he stands behind her, acting as a shield against the small crowd of onlookers already forming around us.
What happened?
Bella, you okay?
My mouth opens and closes, but nothing comes out. The words refuse to form. On impulse, I sneak a swift glance at the display window. She's gone. Yet, the foreboding feeling hasn't left me. My hands are shaking as I push myself off the ground, my weakened limbs relying solely on reflex and muscle memory. Something icy has made its home in the pit of my stomach. I want to throw up, anything to get away to get the wretched sensation out.
You're screaming. Zach, call someone.
No, don't. I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, she's out again. Oh, right, I'm getting the net. Ah, yes, good. Very good. Do you think a net will catch her? What kind of a net is it?
I need to get to the office. Rose, the floor plans. Someone's going to pick it up. I'll see you later.
Careful. Don't stand up yet. Stay put, Isabella. Zach, you watch over her for me. I'll call for someone.
I attempt to smile to put her at ease, but it likely comes off as a grimace. Gently, I push her hands off my shoulders. My knees are still trembling, but I can stand. Leave. Leave me. Stay away. Away. The humidity is stifling. Everyone's stares are unnerving, and Becca and Zach's concern are suffocating. I'll catch her with the net. A net alone on the ground is nothing. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I don't want to be here. No more. I break into a run. I wish I hadn't left my bed this morning. Here, with only the occasional drips of water from the sink and the whirring of a fan blades to keep me company, it's easy to fall into a cycle of negative thinking. But even with the clutter to keep me company, the room still feels a whole lot bigger than usual. I hug my knees closer as a group passes by outside. Loud. So loud. If only there was a way to tune everything out, to keep my head from replaying every image, every sound of her. Her screams, her awkward gait as she reaches for me, her bone-chilling smile, her pleas for... Enough! That's enough! A shiver passes over me, though it's not from the hair still hanging damp against my back, nor the draft that enters the room from the windows I've left wide open. My gaze shifts over to the letter sitting at the coffee table. Its edges flutter innocuously as the wind touches it. Funny how an ordinary-looking piece of paper can bring this much trouble. The impulse to throw it away or rip it to pieces is still there. I can easily do it, but after that, what? Will she leave me? What about those people who've already seen it? Will they be okay? This uncertainty gnaws at me. Knowing that she's real and might also go after the people I care about, I just wish someone would listen. Believe me. The abrupt break in the silence nearly makes me jump out of my skin. Blindly, I fish out my phone from under the mess of papers and cushions where I've carelessly thrown it before taking a shower hours ago. Ash's name flashes brightly on the screen. Is he calling because of this afternoon?
Thank you so much for spamming my inbox, scaredy cat.
Oh. How many messages did we send him?
Hey, Ash.
What's wrong?
I just had a long day. The couple who bought the house wanted us to finish processing the papers within the week. It's a little hectic, but we'll manage.
Really? You sold it?
Don't sound so surprised. I told you, you don't stand a chance. The rights won't take no for an answer. You've been on the losing end from the very start. Ha!
Whoever said I was interested in the house in the first place?
But you said...
Despite his light tone, his snicker only comes off as annoying to my ears. I have to fight the urge to end the call right then and there. Stupid Ash.
You're such an ass. And just so you know, I'm not treating you to a separate celebration. Or ever.
Are we catching your sister? Oh, Mundle's sister. Right. I don't think so.
No, that's just unfair. And here I was looking something up for you. Didn't you say you wanted to talk to Andrew?
I do, yes. I pause. I did say that, but I didn't think he'd actually go through the trouble, considering how much he scoffed at the whole topic in the first place.
Is he okay with that?
Totally. Besides, I need to ask him about something. I might as well do it soon.
I know you don't have a sister. True, yes.
What do you say you come with me tomorrow morning?
Well, there's no harm in it, I suppose. I've got a free day anyway.
Great, I'll just pick you up. Don't oversleep.
I'll try not to.
Don't compare me to you. I'm not the one who sleeps like a rock.
Another round of chuckles come from him. Oh, I will live for the day he'll stop making fun of me. Just wait, you asshole. As I'm about to end the call, he clears his throat.
And, Isabella?
His sudden diffident tone sends my eyebrows shooting up into my hairline. Is the world ending today?
Yeah? Did you forget something?
Do you think never mind. Good night.
He hangs up instantly. Rude! Completely rude! I didn't even get to thank him! The bisitone, though muffled, echoes through the receiver. No one is saying this will work. Even I am doubtful it will. But right now, I'll take anything. Anything to get out of this nightmare. Sleep comes easier tonight, and for the first time in a long time, I dream of clear skies, of unrestrained laughter from children playing in the streets, and of small cramped dwellings. To an outsider, the sight does not paint a pretty picture. However, this is home to me. Morning dawns bright and clear the following day. Although the air still feels muggy and I miss the chilly autumn weather, it's one of those rare weekends when I'm up even before my alarm rings. If it wasn't for Ash's call last night, I'd probably sleep in. When 9 a.m. rolls around, I'm already heading downstairs where Ash is waiting for me in his car. His hair's a disheveled mess, eyes drowsy, and overall looking like he hurried to get out of bed. Or fell out of it. Or both. He looks adorably rumpled this way, but I'm not going to tell him that. It'll only bloat his unbearable ego.
Good morning, Ash.
He makes a motion with his finger around his ear. Tone it down.
Can you even drive?
He answers me with a slight raise of his hand, a yawn, and nothing more. Is he hangover? Well, hungover? He has never been particularly fond of mornings, and for that I'm thankful to every god in the universe. Less mental capacity for him to make fun of me. Ha! There's a reason why mornings are my favorite. Oh. Have you bought a medieval full-plate armor suit? Do I need one? Yes, and a set of earplugs. Well, that sounds like an interesting shopping trip. It doesn't take long for us to reach our destination, the small cafe situated in Luxbourne's busiest street, the same one I'd often visit with Becca for its cheap food. I've never gone here on a Sunday, and it's striking how different it appears without the usual weekday and Saturday rush. The atmosphere especially reminds me of something we also have back home, near the university I used to attend. I wonder what happened to it. It was being renovated before I left, so I never got to visit one last time. The place has always had a calming effect on me. But today, despite standing in a place similar to it, anxiety easily washes over me as I step out of the car. I'm quite used to dealing with people I've never met before thanks to my work, but still, I don't know him. In spite of the fact that both Ash and Becca vouched for him, what will he think of me and my story? What if he thinks I'm crazy? Hell, even my own friends thought so. I draw in a breath to quell the panic beginning to rise in me. Oh well, only one way to find out. A few hesitant steps forward, and then Ash is suddenly pulling me back by my elbow.
Hold on, scaredy cat, not too fast.
But use good steel, otherwise she'll get you with the big nutcracker. Oh no. Oh gosh. Without warning, he flicks my forehead. Hard.
That hurts. What was that for?
He's already walking away when I look up, and I hurry to catch him, puzzled. I really don't understand this guy. At least, explain why you're flicking other people's foreheads all of a sudden. So rude.
Get yourself together, will you? He's not going to bite.
Apparently you might, though.
He's very accommodating, too.
I wasn't scared of him or anything.
You don't look like it. Didn't sound like you were okay last night either.
Huh?
What was that last one? Hey! Don't just ignore me.
All questions and retorts die in my mouth once he opens the door to the shop. A cast iron bell attached to it chimes softly, announcing our arrival. The smell of freshly brewed coffee welcomes us as soon as we step in. Like usual, the several tables and chairs have been set up for the patrons, but most of the customers have forgone them in favor of the more comfortable throw pillows and beanbags the staff has laid out on the floor. Becca would love to know they have something like this on Sundays. She's been complaining how uncomfortable the library chairs are for a long time now. I didn't have the idea to put Plown's niece into a nutcracker from nowhere. Yeah, I'd like to mention as well, Hambo noticed how much you wanted to kill Plown. Every time he looked into my chat, he would see you just wanting Plown dead. Which I think is hilarious. Oh gosh. Ash leads me to a secluded spot near the window where an old man, probably in his 50s or 60s, is seated, enjoying a brew and a book.
Professor Clark.
Clark.
It's just Andrew now. I'm no longer your professor, Detective Inspector Frey.
Oh, Detective Inspector, he doesn't look like a detective. Oh. A sheepish look crosses Ash's face at the older man's admonishment. I've have to ask if kneecap removal is a thing in D&D. Well, uh-oh. Has wipeout, yeah. Yep, uh-oh. More unusual, in my opinion, is seeing him appear like a parent had just scolded him. But it's just a familiarity between them, one that goes beyond what someone expects from a simple student and mentor. With another warm smile, he gestures for us to take the empty seats opposite of him. Is it just me, or does something feel funky with that hand? Like, I mean, I guess, but I don't know.
Have
It's
you been
probably
waiting
just
long?
me.
Quite some time.
Oh,
But I come here early on weekends. Best time to get their first serving of bear claws. They're the only place that serves it here. I took the liberty of ordering for you two. I hope you don't mind. I thought it'd be best to talk over a decent helping of coffee.
soon enough, a waiter brings us 2 more cups and sets down a basket of pastries. Actually, Joan, I have no time this weekend, but maybe someday. Oh, yes. Maybe someday.
Aren't you going to introduce the lady?
Ah, right, sorry. Isabella, this is Prof. Andrew. He's one of my professors back at the university. Andrew, this is Isabella Santos.
Santos. Portuguese? Spanish? Brazilian? Mexican?
Filipina, actually. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Ah, your name carries a lot of history, Miss Santos. Just Andrew is fine. Don't do what Ashton's doing. He doesn't listen to this old man.
He doesn't listen to anyone, more like. The awkward tension typically present in first meetings dissipates after that. I was expecting someone strict and, to an extent, someone severe. But Professor Andrew Clark is definitely the opposite of what I have in mind. The more personable kind, similar to a grandfather who dotes on you at family gatherings. It's obvious why Ash is taking a liking to
Ashton
him.
tells me there's something you
Taken a
wish to
liking.
discuss that I could help with.
So you're Filipino. Yes. Yes, I am. Cat's out of the bag now.
Let's hear it then.
I give Ash a hesitant glance, but he just nods and gestures towards Andrew with his head. He's leaving this to me. It's my story to tell after all. I keep it short and concise. I found a letter in this old mansion, and now I'm cursed. Exactly as I've told Ash and Zach when they asked about it. I don't mention the name of the place. No use saying it now that someone else legally owns it. No use dragging other people into my problems.
I'm sure it's that letter I found. But I don't know anymore. I just want to know how to escape this nightmare.
I'd want to know
Of course.
as well, yeah.
We're talking about the one in Anselm Village, aren't we?
How did you...
Don't look so surprised. There's only one place popular enough here if we're going to talk about hauntings. I once had
Fair
a colleague
enough.
who wrote about it and the urban legends surrounding the place. Years worth of study, but fascinating. It's a shame he passed away at such a young age. He would have done a much better job at explaining topics like this one compared to me.
I'm guessing he expired because he went to the place. Is that hand just a lot longer than that one? That arm just a lot longer than this arm? Or is he holding that one up somehow? I don't know.
Ashton here
Anyways.
might disagree, but it's an interesting topic in sociology, if you care to have an open mind.
Ah, Ash apparently does not have an open
Studying
mind.
the science and theory behind it is completely different from outright believing in it.
You don't believe in those stories, sir?
Now, this isn't a question of belief. All I'm saying is things like these speak a lot about a place's culture and history. And it's not just limited to ghosts. Monsters, gods, you name it. Even you, Miss Santos.
Ooh, even me.
What about me?
How you respond to these stories. It tells a lot about you and your upbringing, in the same way it tells me why our detective inspector here finds such topics absurd.
Indeed.
Interesting, isn't it?
Very interesting. My head is starting to spin from all this. I'm not the smartest person around, but I understand what he's trying to get at, I think? It's still too much to take in at once. I look to Ash for help, but his eyebrows are drawn in a frown. If he keeps staring like that at his cup, I'm pretty sure it'll crack soon.
There's still something you're not telling.
Didn't I tell you everything the other day?
Yeah, but you mentioned the rights. Then you proceeded to drop the topic right after. What's with that?
They don't have anything to do with this.
Rights. Luke and Hannah, right?
Yeah, they're the ones who got the place.
Ah, I'm not surprised. They're the kind who gets what they want once they set their eyes on it.
Why would they want the murder mansion, though?
From what I've heard, word gets around.
A heavy sigh escapes my lips. Popular or not, they're just my clients, albeit a little pushy, but just clients. End of story. I wish he'd stop pestering me about them. Shut up, Ash. No, I think since we're in civilized company, I know you're trying to help. Oh. What did that do? Oh! Ash likes us more. Fantastic. What is it again that Becca does when dealing with a particularly difficult child? Oh, good lord. I can't speak. The pesky, annoying kind? I wish I could remember. I could certainly use the same trick right about
Ashton,
now.
look here. I know you're trying to help, but the deal's almost already closed.
The entire sky escapes your lips, apparently. I have a difficult time saying any other word.
The papers are being prepared. Once it's done, it's over. I'm just their agent.
Yeah, but he's investigating them for something.
And when is that happening?
I'm guessing that Luke is that bastard he was looking for, well, talking about earlier.
When what? Is there even a purpose to this line of questioning?
Your working relationship with them. When's it going to end?
About a week from now. It depends on how long the approval process would take, but they wanted us to rush it.
Yeah, he's definitely investigating them.
Really? You're absolutely sure about that?
Yes, really. Unless they want to buy a house again and want me and Rose to be their agent. If yes, then I don't see a problem with it. Now stop annoying me about it.
Don't accept it.
What? Why? It's my job.
Oh lord, even my younger siblings aren't this difficult to deal with. Then again, Ash is far from a younger sibling to me. If only he'd spell it out, surely I'd understand. We wouldn't even have to talk about it right now. That's how it is, right? Find an even ground, talk about it like the adults we are. It wasn't like this before, but somewhere along the way something has changed in us as people, as friends. I wish there was a way I could tell when or why. Instead, I'm left searching blindly for reasons. The next thing we know, we'll be drifting further and further apart. How frustrating.
Now, kids, settle down. We're not going to solve anything by shouting.
Sorry, Sir Andrew.
And we're not going to solve anything either if you keep omitting things.
Speak for yourself. I'm not the only one doing it.
You'll have to forgive my former student, Miss Santos. He's always been the curious kind. Many people think he's lazy, but it's actually the opposite.
Oh.
I see that hasn't changed.
Oh, really? How is he back when he was your student? I'm sorry, I need to ask. He doesn't talk much about that.
And there's a reason why. Please don't.
Tried to sleep on the first day of class. He didn't repeat it after what I made him do when I caught him. Students like him are the easiest to deal with, once you know what piques their interest. I'd have to say, he's one of the very few who's actually interested in the subject, though. But there was this one time when...
By the end of the conversation, Ash looks like he's praying for the ground to swallow him. He's never been one to talk about himself. What I know about him are mostly bits and pieces I've gleaned over the years. He's an atrocious singer, he's bad at art, and has a personal vendetta against mornings. Now it feels he isn't that hard to figure out after all. It's past noon when Andrew has to leave us for another meeting, but before we separate...
Miss Santos, a word of advice. Just keep in mind that when it comes to cases like this, things aren't always what they seem.
Huh. Interesting. Naturally, the mansion in the letter was brought up several times during our talk, and though Ash is right in that Andrew offers a different perspective, he's left me with more questions than answers instead. What is she? What does she want from me? Is she ever going to leave? Maybe she's not necessarily like a bad thing, but she's more like a warning. Like you see the letter and then she tries to warn you about something coming. I don't know. They all continue to bug me after we've left the coffee shop. I don't even notice when Ash takes a different turn on our way back.
Where are we going? You can drop me off at the park.
That advice is so vague, it's literally pointless. I mean, yeah, it's not very clear cut, is it?
Guess. You have 3 chances.
I'm guessing the movie theater. Are we gonna watch Batcat?
I'm serious, Ash. Where are we going?
He doesn't answer, but shortly he stops his car in front of a small, nondescript food stall a little ways from the movie house. If I wasn't paying closer attention, I would have missed it without a doubt. He motions for me to wait as he gets out of the car and walks in its direction. Sheesh, if you want to buy something, just say it. No need to make yourself look mysterious. If it makes you it makes you look more like a dork than cool. The wait isn't long, however. Soon he's walking back holding 2 fish-shaped cones in both hands. Ice cream, parfait, a cross of the 2? By the time he's back inside the car, I've given up any effort of figuring out what he bought. Not that it looks bad, it's actually quite cute.
Here, take it.
I have to move my head back a little when he thrusts it at me to avoid the ice cream and the fruit toppings from ending up on my nose.
What's this for?
It's actually quite cute.
My arm's getting tired. 5, 4, 3, 2.
And then, is he just gonna drop it? With a wary glance, I take it off his hands. I still don't understand why there's a need for ice cream today. Nevertheless, I take a small bite. It's actually pretty good. It must have shown in my face, because he chuckles as soon as I take another one.
Saw the place open the other day when we watched Zach's movie. Thought I should give it a try. It doesn't seem like a bad place to get food from time to time.
And you're giving me free ice cream because...
Do I need to have a reason?
Oh, sorry.
Are you really going to ask me that?
Here's the thing with Ashton Frey. He does not just treat anyone to free food because he feels like it. He's that much of a Scrooge. Hell, he even asked me to teach him how to haggle once. Haggle! Of all the people who'd ask me that. I'd have expected such a request from Becca, but Ash? Not at all. If I'm going to be honest, he looks a bit constipated with that look on his face right now. Nath, quick question. Do you remember how much HP Era has? I think she has 15 at the moment. I don't remember the total, though. 24, maybe? I have to wipe out something later then. Oh. Okie doke. I think he's starting to regret ever buying this.
The other day? The movie with Zach and Rebecca? Rebecca's there, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Huh?
Anyway, during the movie, we, that's to say, we...
You're being very eloquent here, Ash.
Shit. Should have written down something first.
Get to the point, Ashton.
Right. I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry for, not getting to the point.
This game is all over the place. First it's in the UK, then Japan, then UK again, now you're Filipino. Well, I mean, she has moved away from the Philippines, so it's still in the UK. It's just that Isabelle, as a character, comes from the Philippines.
I'm sorry for the other day. I got carried away. I said things that upset you. I shouldn't have done that.
So it's
I'm sorry.
apology ice cream. Oh, well, that's sweet.
Oh, okay.
Okay? That's all? That's all you're going to say?
Either way, I knew there was a reason I liked her. Oh.
You're not still angry, are you?
So it's a Japanese game set in the UK with a Filipino main character. Yeah, true enough. Oh, okay, well, I guess we're saving it again, sure.
You didn't have to buy me anything. A simple sorry would have been enough.
I bite into the cone again, a small attempt to keep myself occupied and relieve the heat crawling up my face. It doesn't work, but at least I don't have to look at him. Why I'm feeling embarrassed over an apology? I have no idea. It's not like it wasn't called for. They were being mean, especially him, and in that fraction of a second it hits me. He skipped his day off just for today. I should be the one apologizing and thanking him. Silence is an awkward company while we finish our respective snacks. There are words for this. For people like us, for understandings and sentiments like this. Yet, in this instant, they won't come. As promised, he drops me off at the park right after, phrases unsaid, still hanging heavily in the air. In this weather, the city park gives off a lazier and more languid vibe than usual. UK isn't American English. Wait, what? I'm confused now. Actually, I've seen a few that only had English subtitles, but all voice acting was in Japanese or Chinese. Yeah, they do exist. I was very upset because they sounded so good. Wait, the voice acting? Where children are usually seen running around and playing, there are now people leaning back on their picnic blankets, simply enjoying the afternoon sun. The smell of food drifts from nearby carts, and if the wind blows in the right direction, one would catch the whiff of freshly trimmed grass. I don't like that smell. I know most people do, but it makes me a little bit nauseous. I seem to be the odd one out because everyone else I talk to about it, they're like, "Ah, no, it's such a nice and fresh smell," and I'm just like, ugh. I don't know, it's weird. Maybe I should try walking home today to get my mind off things? To try and find the word somehow? I haven't done that in a
Thanks,
while.
Ash, for today.
No problem. Say hi to Rebecca for me.
Yeah, I will.
But how? Are we seeing Rebecca? Even so, I linger. We both do. A mild, humid breeze brings the smell of dried leaves, warmed earth, and a far-off distant memory. The game sounds like they would be fun, but I'm not playing a game I don't understand. But if they have subtitles, though, doesn't it work? Like, you have the subtitles. A fall starts, an awkward first meeting. Same place, same people, playing the same parts. Funny how, of all the days, my brain chose to remember it now.
Wait, Belle.
Ash exits his car. His strides are unsteady when he approaches me, or maybe this is his uncertainty showing? I'm not quite sure. He's never looked uncertain to me before. Always calm, always sure, always collected. He stops a short distance from me, close enough that he's within arm's reach, but just far enough for his voice to be heard over a decent small talk, if this is what it's going to be. He fumbles for something in his pocket.
Here, catch.
The small bag lands cleanly on my outstretched hands before it hits the ground. I raise an eyebrow at him, and he responds by shrugging and stuffing both hands in his pockets. Somewhere to the side, he finds an interesting spot to look at. Sometimes. Sometimes you have to wait, Papa said long ago. For once, this time, I listen. His voice is halting, hesitant, when he finds it again.
My mom used to make me carry around one of those when I was young. To ward off evil and bring you luck, she said.
I don't believe in this kind of thing now. But if it makes you feel safe, since you're a total scaredy cat, then I guess it's okay to give you one.
To carry around. Perhaps at the moment there aren't any words for it. I've never been good with those. But right now, I could thank him in the best way I know. You're not bad after all. You can be nice when you're trying. I'm going with that one. Okay, was that a negative or... No, that was a positive. Fantastic. I do want to try to keep good relationships with everyone. I close the short distance separating us, and lightly, in place of phrases one couldn't spin together or answers too early to seek out, I lean over. Oh! And give him a little peck on the cheek. Interesting. The touch is short, fleeting, the kind that speaks volumes of boundaries we don't often cross as friends. Nevertheless, the thought is there. It lingers. In the gentle autumn wind that passes and the empty space separating us when I step back and look at him with a smile. It's easy to express gratefulness in this way, isn't it? At least, with my own family, that's the case. For the two of us, I'm not quite sure. Did he understand? After all, gratitude is considerably harder to put into words when you've spent the latter half of your friendship teetering between good-natured jests and ruffling each other's feathers. Completely takes away the idea of playing a game for a story if you can't actually understand the voice acting of the said story. Reading kills the immersion. Well, I can understand that, yeah. Yeah, I can get that. Seconds pass before he clears his throat. His face has gone remarkably red, whether from the heat or something else I can't quite tell, but he understands. I know he does. Because the smile on him when he finally meets my eye is the gentlest I've ever seen him show.
I, gotta go. Got some reports I forgot to file the other day.
Yeah, see you around. Thanks for the ice cream and the charm.
Don't lose it. We won't find one here again if you do.
I won't. I might move like I have 2 left feet, but I know how to take care of my own stuff. I'm not a total klutz.
Just a little bit of one.
I know.
In Belle? Remember that one time? Devlin Court?
Oh, I do, with all the clarity in the world.
At the time, when we... What I'm trying to say is that you can rely on me if something, anything happens. Not the exact same thing, of course, but you get the idea. I'll be around.
Oh, well,
I'll keep that in mind. You're not that bad after all.
Before leaving, he waves at me one last time. The next time we talk, we'll be back to the way we are. Because at the end of the day, that's how things have always moved between us. What we're familiar with, what we're comfortable with. But for all that, it's always easy to put my own faith in him. I just hope I can keep them safe. Keep him safe. A light wind blows again, sending dried leaves swirling and the distant smell of earth into the air. For the first time, the sunlight feels less harsh. Maybe a walk is good. I need to visit the grocery too. Come to think of it, wasn't there an art store that opened recently near the park? The cat's name is Beruthiel. Or at least that's what his collar says. It's an odd name to give a cat, in my opinion. But it speaks grace much like the one that carries it. It shows in the way he swishes his tail and his eyes follow my hand's every movement. I'm not sure what he finds fascinating in me, to be honest. It wasn't the very picture of grace when he found me, after all. It was a bad idea, carrying 2 heavy bags of newly bought art materials and groceries without help or a sure ride home. In hindsight, perhaps I shouldn't have bought all of these at the same time. I didn't even make it past the park. And now, I'm suffering underneath the glaring afternoon sun, hunched up on a park bench and drenched in sweat, in the company of a cat curiously watching my every movement. I hope it stays where it is. It's just a black cat, but back at home, they're considered ill omens.
Don't look at me like that. I can act graceful as well if I want to.
Now she's attacking a cat. Not that I've ever acted graceful in my life, of course. Growing up with rowdy younger brothers and a sister does that. Or maybe it's the opposite. Mama used to call me a little troublemaker before. The cat is probably a real chonker. I wish we could see the cat and not just the collar. Come on, show us the cat. Well, graceful or not, there's no use moping. A short breather and then I'm off home. Besides, it isn't like the company's bad, even if it's a cat, as long as it doesn't bite or crosses my path.
Where's your owner, anyway?
He has one, doesn't he? An owner? That's what the collar's for, isn't it? Oh. Well. There we go. Is it the one called a cat fight? Probably, yes. Definitely. A bandage is wrapped around on one of its paws, though. I wonder what happened to it. Did it run away?
Well, if you don't have one, I won't be able to take you in. My apartment doesn't allow pets. I tried to bring one home before, a cat. Not black, of course.
Of course.
And Rebecca threw a fit before the landlady could.
Does Isabella and Rebecca live together? Because sometimes it seems like it, and other times it doesn't. Or do they live in the same building? Is that it? That could be it. Or she's just really nosy about Isabella's business, because she does look inside her cupboards as well to see what kind of food she's eating. So there's that. I take a small packet of sweets from one of the bags beside me and pop it open. As I'm about to put one in my mouth, he meows. My hand stops.
Do you want one?
No, that's not healthy for him. He doesn't meow again as I'm expecting him to, but I take his unblinking gaze as a yes. I shift the piece to my palm and hold it out to him warily. He sniffs at it once, twice before...
Borussia!
Oh! It's her kitty. Like a good, properly trained pet, Baruthiel responds as soon as he's called. Recognition comes as soon as my head snaps in the direction of the voice. Miss McCullough is hard to miss, what with her height.
I'm sorry. Did my cat hurt you?
No.
Miss Santos, was it? I'm surprised to see you here.
Why would your cat hurt me?
Nice to meet you again, Miss McCullough.
Were you harmed in any way? I'm sorry. Baruthiel's not exactly fond of other people. Even run away from the veterinarian right now.
Oh no, he was just sniffing my hand earlier.
Kitty. Yeah, we actually get to see him now.
My Baruthiel's a she.
Oh, okay, we get to see her now. She? All this time I thought... The pause in conversation, if this can be called one, is uncomfortable. We're merely two people working different jobs for the same client. Frankly, meetings like this don't happen a lot, and if it does, a simple nodding of the heads is enough. Still, trying to be friendly wouldn't hurt, right? Let's talk about our cat. I keep my tone cordial and warm. Oh, she didn't like that. Oops. How did she... Why does she not like talking about her cat? Who doesn't like talking about their pets?
I'm actually surprised you have a cat, Miss McCullough.
Oh, okay. Now I understand.
And why exactly is that? There are a lot of people who have pets.
Yeah, but not a black one. I'm amazed you're taking care of one.
Okay, now you're just being rude and discriminating against black cats.
I don't understand what you're trying to get at. Is there a problem with my cat?
Yeah, I understand why she didn't like that. I should have talked to her about her job, because Isabella is not being cool and just placing her own... What's it called? Oh, the thing. If I could think of it in Norwegian, at least, I could Google translate it. You know where you're hesitant about something because of superstition? That's it. She's putting her superstition on another person. Prejudice is a problem. True, yes. She's gonna pull a pistol and execute you on the spot. You're already kneeling in the right position. How convenient. Actually, I'm seated on a bench, but I see your point, and yeah, fair enough.
No, not at all. She's very sweet. Just in other cultures, aren't they a sign of bad luck?
Oh, yeah, I should have talked to her about her job. I'm never gonna choose a cat option with Isabella again, because she's an absolute idiot. Back at home it is. My grandmother used to tell me stories about it, and...
Nothing has happened to me so far.
Yeah. Displeasure is evident on her face. Yeah, I wonder why. You're basically telling her her beloved cat is a bad omen. Absolute idiot. Of course. I've forgotten that for other people, black cats are an omen of good luck. Oh, I didn't actually know that. In Norway as well, like if a black cat crosses your path, we do have a superstition about that, and it's like there's this thing you do, like, oh, I can't actually remember. But yeah, there's this thing you do to like ward off the the thing. Oh yeah, I mean in English it would be knock on wood, but in Norway it's like knock on the table. Bank på bordet. That's what we do. But anyways, would be much cooler Boondock Saint style. Wait, what? What would be? There you go again, running your mouth off, Isabella. Yep, you can say that. Throw salt over the shoulder. No, that's bad luck. Well, maybe not. Spilling salt is. I don't know. We have a joke about black cats. If one crosses your path, nothing happens, and nothing will happen for the rest of the day. Yeah, basically. I rack my brain for a way to remedy the situation, but she holds out a hand.
This is a good place to stop and end this conversation, don't you think so?
I do, yes. I'm so sorry, Miss McCullough. I did not mean for this. I thought we'd have a nice chat about, oh, she's so pretty. Why did you name her what you named her? Is she named after someone? How long have you had her? I thought we'd have a normal conversation about kitties being cute, but this person is an idiot, so I'm so sorry for this.
It is good to see you again, Santos.
Yep. A complete dismissal if I've ever heard one. Yep. I watch her as she leaves, though she stops shortly before crossing the threshold separating the park and the street. She faces me again, looking like there's something she has forgotten to say.
By the way, about the Ermengarde mansion, with my clients, it's the rights, I mean?
Yes?
I hope you don't mind me asking, but has the deal been finalized?
It's in the process. No salt over the left shoulder is a word of bad luck you somehow attracted. Yeah, I think we might have that in Norway. I'm not sure. I know if spilling salt is a bad thing. I don't remember if because like I know of the shoulder thing, but I can't remember if that's a Norwegian thing or just something I've seen in the movies or TV shows or something. Don't remember.
There's still a few papers they need, but the house is more or less theirs now.
Ah, thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Fantastic.
Wait, about the mansion.
The letter. The same one they saw. Whoever she is, she's asking for help. Someone. I want to tell Miss McCullough that urban legends aren't just legends anymore. They're real. She's not gonna believe me.
Don't mind me. I need to go too. Have a good day, Miss McCullough.
I hasten to pick up all the bags I've left on the bench and ran as far as my legs can take me. In that moment, when I'm carrying my hands way far lighter than the overwhelming guilt trying to consume me. Home. I want to go home. Anywhere where I won't be reminded of the house, of her, of my own cowardice. The food tastes less appetizing tonight. A pity. One would think that someone who had been on a continuous binge of instant noodles would find a home-cooked meal enjoyable, but it isn't. Hunger isn't what's gnawing at me tonight, neither are my sore muscles. The TV runs loudly in the background, but what it says barely registers in my brain. It's hard when the things you're trying to forget are returning to the forefront of your mind. It distracts you, eats at you, devours you. I wish this would stop. I wish I wasn't the one who picked it up. I wish it was somebody else.
In other local news, a woman was found dead in her home.
Uh-oh.
Luxbourne police officials are currently investigating the crime scene, but has classified the case as homicide.
Uh-oh. Huh?
The victim, identified as Rose Pamela Cooper, 33 years old, working as a real estate agent.
So, Rose is dead. Rose?
Discovered lying in a pool of blood in her two-bedroom flat with the words "Help me" repeatedly written on the walls.
Uh-oh. That kind of looks like the letter, doesn't it? Uh-oh. Is the person we're seeing like a future thing? And they're trying to get help like before it happens? No. No. This isn't what I want. This isn't supposed to happen. None of this is supposed to happen. No one's supposed to die. Those are just stories, right? Legends. That's what everyone has kept telling me, so why? And I immediately rushed to my study table in search of my phone. My hand, cold from dread, clings tightly to it as soon as I touch its edges. A piece of folded paper, the letter, lying unassumingly beside it, slips to the floor when I pick up the device, but I pay it no mind. There are more important things. Right now, I need to call her. I need to call her. I was with her. I was just with her not too long ago and she was okay. No. 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 It isn't Rose. I'm sure of it. I just talked to her and... A sob escapes me and hot tears begin to blur my vision. And the ink is out already again. Nat, would you mind fetching me another one? Oh, that's worrying. I'm sure we can come to some sort of I'm sure we can work something out. Maybe let's hope so or not. Just sell it to the next one. Well, yeah. Rose didn't get to well, I mean, the people who bought the house are still fine. But Rose won't be able to sell it to anyone else anymore, which is sad. One after another, they trickle down, weighted by the very same guilt I refused to admit I've been carrying from the start. Wait, it was Rose? Yeah, it was Rose. Rose dead. That was not the right way to put that either. Just Rose dead. The way I said that. Oops, killed the wrong one. Oh no, Mundle, no. Plus, it was a couple that bought the house, so technically the husband would still be there, I suppose. The same one I've been hiding from. The same one that has put the people I care about in danger. My hands shake as I navigate to Rose's number on my contacts list. Well, shit happens. True. Does indeed. She'll answer, right? That's what she always does. She'll pick it up, tell me to turn down the waterworks, and call me a wuss afterwards.
She'll answer. Please answer, Rose.
Again and again I dial, whispering, praying, pleading.
Come on, Rose. Don't do this to me. Please pick up.
Pretty sure she's dead.
I know you're there, Rose. You're not dead. Please tell me you're not.
I'd call Ash. I mean, he might be in on the investigation or be able to get some information.
This adds to the series of deaths and disappearances that has plagued Luxborn in the recent years. The authorities are currently looking at a possible link with the notorious Anselm Butcher case.
Ho ho. The TV runs loudly in the background. Oh. Oops. Okay, well, I guess we'll save it there. A deafening static sounds from my phone speakers. But in my ears, I can only hear the screams, her pleas, her whispers. Help me. We're not safe. Oh. But this is a new day. Let's see. So, okay, we're on the 24th. Ah, yes. Oh, is that her family? Oh my gosh, who's Isabella? And who's... Okay, that's the mother and father. Oh, good lord. Yeah, they had a lot of, like... I can understand, like, tuition has to really, really... Like... Oh. There was something I didn't uncover that day. That's interesting. Those two had fun. Wait, who's two? Oh. Okay, so I guess depending on choices you make, you may or may not see things. Oh! The parents. Yes, gotcha. Like, tuition money has to be so expensive. Like, that plus medical bills, you can understand why they're having a bit of trouble, I guess you can say. Also, the drawing of Ashton there really reminds me of someone in a manga or something I read years and years ago, I think. He looks very familiar there, for some reason. But yes. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, there's an undiscovered journal entry here as well. I wonder if that's something we'll be able to go back to see somehow? Because, like, there is the 17th and the 18th as well, but we start the day on October 21st, so I'm wondering if we'll ever have flashbacks to what's happened on these dates and then possibly what happened here and there as well, maybe? I don't know, because we don't have that many options to pick, so... But I would assume the options we do take matter, so... Depending on which one I choose. I mean... I chose a pretty bad one here, because I should have talked about her job, not about her cat. So that could potentially lock you out of stuff, yeah. But we're gonna end it there today. It's not been the best of days, and until I hit live, I wasn't really sure if I was going to stream at all. So, yeah, the stream very nearly didn't happen today. But I did want to stream because it's been a while now, and I do miss it when I don't stream. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check, Mundo. And no, the sad raccoon, not the sad raccoon. Let's see. We need someone to raid. I wonder if anyone else is playing this. Maybe? Let's see. Oh, no. No, just me at the moment. Okay, so we're not doing that. Okay, sure. Okay, let's let's keep the theme of spooky games and let's see. Okay, yep. Phasmophobia is good. Phasmophobia is good. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. It's been interesting so far. I'm interested in seeing where the story goes. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it as well. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I will likely be back tomorrow. And we'll finish. Well, finish. No, we won't finish. But we'll keep going with the Resident Evil tomorrow. Wait, which day is it? Yeah. That's fine. So yeah, we'll keep going with Resident Evil tomorrow. And Saturday it'll be The Letter again, and then Sunday D&D, and if we finish off early, I guess Resident Evil at the end. So we'll alternate days until one of the games are finished, and then we'll just finish the other ones, basically. Have a good evening. I'll message you later. I'll see you later, XO. Have a great rest of your day at work. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. I think I will be back tomorrow, so if not tomorrow, I hope to see you soon. I hope you have a great rest of your day, evening, or night, and I hope you enjoy some Phasmophobia. Bye bye for now. Bye!